Chapter 1507. Zongheng will have their annual meeting in a few days. I'll be gone for 8 or 9 days and won't be able to write. Dominator of 6 Paths has been working overtime day and night to finally save enough manuscripts so that he won't fall into the predicament of not being able to update. The withered trees stood tall and motionless. In the canyon, the chilly wind was still. In the lava field, the magma calmed down and the heavens and earth were silent. Ju Wu was silent. The 4 members behind him were also silent. The situation was clear. How should they choose? Soon after, Ju Wu's expression fluctuated as he heavily exhaled. A bitter smile surfaced on his rough face as he opened his mouth and spat out 2 words with great difficulty: "I admit defeat." As soon as the 2 words came out, Ju Wu seemed to have lost all his strength. His huge and strong body became hunched. The 4 members behind him had their shoulders slumped and looked dejected. They lost. They were full of confidence in this battle. They had taken the initiative to initiate the battle. However, they did not expect to lose in the end. Moreover, they did not look good. Hearing Ju Wu admit defeat, Sky Halberd and the others smiled and heaved a sigh of relief. It had to be said that this battle was very difficult. Ju Wu's team was really strong. They were not weaker than Sky Halberd's team. However, they were not lucky. After winning this battle, Ju Wu's team would not be able to mock Sky Halberd's team like before. They would also have to pay 500,000 military merits to Sky Halberd's team. This battle ended with Ju Wu's team admitting defeat. Sky Halberd's team won. The 3 words "lifeless sword" resounded once again. Although it had been less than 3 years and he had not broken the curse, he was much more outstanding than the others who had inherited the title of Lifeless Sword. Maybe he can recreate the glory of Lifeless Sword. Maybe he can surpass it. It has not been 3 years. It's still too early. No one knew when, but Killer Master had already left quietly, and no one knew. Green Tooth, how was it? My team won in the end. Ling Killer laughed. It was just a temporary victory. Green Tooth Killer pretended to be calm as he replied. It doesn't matter if it was a temporary victory or a lifetime victory. Ling Killer's tone was domineering. Where there were people, there would be competition. As the highest authority of the mysterious God Killer division, there would naturally be competition between them. Ju Wu's team's team. And by 2. In addition, they also needed military merits to exchange for their own cultivation. 2. Compared to the giant martial team, the Heavenly Halberd team was naturally overjoyed and returned. 2. Their victory was thanks to Chen Zong's increase in strength. After killing Chu Zhongyang, he joined forces with Yen Shan and Chuang Yun to kill Yen Shan and Chuang Yun. Finally, the disparity between the team members gradually widened, establishing the foundation of their victory. If not for Hong Yan's help, I would have been defeated and killed by Chu Zhongyang. Chen Zong smiled slightly. I also think that Wu Xing contributed greatly to our victory this time, Hong Yan said with a charming smile. The victory was not due to me alone. Chen Zong shook his head and said, if it was really due to me alone, then everyone should have rested in the fortress. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Chen Zong's words made sense. The victory was not due to any one person, but due to everyone's efforts and concerted efforts. Of course, it was undeniable that Chen Zong had broken the balance and deadlock. It was also because of Chen Zong that they had cultivated the mysterious God Killer formation to the consolidation realm. Therefore, it could be said that Chen Zong had contributed greatly. I propose a toast to Wu Xing. Tianji raised his glass and said loudly. A toast. Everyone raised their glasses in unison. To the Heavenly Halberd team, to be invincible. Chen Zong also raised his glass and said at the same time, his voice like iron. To the Heavenly Halberd team, to be invincible. Everyone also shouted. They raised their glasses and drank to their heart's content. There were very few opportunities to let go of all worries and drink to their heart's content. This was because most of the time, they were either out on missions and on the edge of life and death, or in secluded cultivation, trying their best to improve themselves so that they could live longer. After all, no one knew if they would come back alive after going out on a mission. It was possible that they would be separated forever. Missions had different levels of difficulty, but it was not absolute. It was just that most of the time, and there were some accidents. This drinking session lasted for a full day and night. For everyone, ordinary wine would not make them drunk at all. Of course, the wine they drank was good wine, which was also effective for Saint Realm cultivators. If they drank too much, they would also feel drunk. However, it was only a drunken feeling. After the banquet ended, everyone returned to their rooms. Chernzong lay quietly on his bed. He didn't circulate his cultivation base to dispel the drunkenness. This kind of drunkenness made him feel light as a feather. It was very wonderful, very relaxed, very comfortable. It was very rare, and he shouldn't have left it so quickly. He did not think about anything and ignored everything. Gradually, unknowingly, his eyes closed. He fell into a deep sleep. It was as if he was lying quietly in the clouds, soft and comfortable, floating to an unknown place. It was as if he was lying in a gurgling stream, allowing the cool water to wash off the dust from the top of his head. Time passed by unknowingly like flowing water and dust. Chernzong's closed eyelids trembled slightly and slowly opened. They were as clear as the bottom of a stream, without a trace of dust. Drunk, asleep, and dreaming. When he woke up, his mind was clear and bright, reflecting in all directions. With a flash of inspiration, Chernzong released his heart domain. 100 meters. 200 meters. 300 meters. It was not the limit yet. There was still energy left? 400 meters. Chernzong's heart domain spread to a range of 400 meters before it stopped, reaching the limit. Chernzong was stunned. His heart domain actually improved after drinking and sleeping. If that was the case, then if he drank a few more times and slept a few more times, wouldn't the range of his domain of heart slowly increase? Then, Chernzong could not help shaking his head and laughing softly. That was impossible. If it were that simple, would he need to put in so much time and effort? One of the reasons why he was able to improve this time was probably because of his accumulation. The second reason was that he had gained a lot from this gambling battle. The third reason was that after drinking wine, he had let go of all his thoughts and only wanted to be relaxed. A rest where he had let go of everything allowed his heart to empty. The heart domain was related to one's heart and mind. No matter what, increasing the range of his heart domain to 400 meters gave him more benefit. Firstly, with the heart domain covering him, he could sense danger earlier. Secondly, with the heart domain covering him, he could instantly absorb more spiritual energy. There were only benefits and no downside. However, he still needed to cultivate for a while and strive to completely grasp the heart domain covering a range of 400 meters. He would be able to instantly gather spiritual energy within that range. After resting, it was naturally time to train hard. Chernzong trained hard, and so did the rest of the Heavenly Halberd team. They worked hard and did their best to improve themselves and become stronger. As for the giant martial team, after some adjustments, they had recovered and regained their morale. Now, they had accepted a mission and were preparing to go out to carry it out. There was no helping it. They still owed 400,000 military merits, which was not a small amount. Of course, if they were lucky enough, they would be able to pay it off in a few years. However, if their luck was average, it would take them 10 years. Thinking of this, they could not help but feel a little bitter. All right, cheer up. We will strive to obtain enough military merits to pay it off in the shortest time possible, Giant Martial Team shouted. Everyone was energized and immediately set off, stepping out of the mysterious Heaven Battle Castle. Chernzong, I will definitely defeat you. Chu Zhongyang strode forward. He was not discouraged by his defeat to Chernzong. Instead, he was reinvigorated and full of fighting spirit. A true prodigy would not be afraid, discouraged, or shrink back because of failure, setback, or hardship. All hardships, setbacks, and failures would become sharpening their swords. Chu Zhongyang not only had outstanding talent, but also outstanding willpower. He was worthy of the title of a peerless prodigy. If he had not met Chernzong. Unfortunately, he had met Chernzong. Chernzong, Chu Zhongyang. Su Mubai stood there quietly. Chu Zhongyang was a peerless prodigy of the current generation. Previously, he was the #1 prodigy of the Xianyuan dynasty and was very strong. On the other hand, Chernzong came from a humble background and was much weaker than Chu Zhongyang in the past. Chu Zhongyang had never imagined that Chernzong would rise so quickly during the Xianyuan Sacred Assembly. In such a short period of time, Chernzong had surpassed Chu Zhongyang and defeated him. Su Mubai, who had just returned from a mission, did not personally witness the wagered battle between the two teams. He also did not personally witness the battle between Chernzong and Chu Zhongyang. However, from what he had heard, it was very clear that there would be no exaggeration. In other words, Chernzong's current strength had most likely surpassed Su Mubai's. Su Mubai remained silent. It was not that he could not accept the fact that someone had surpassed him, but he felt that it was too sudden and he could not react in time. Immediately, Su Mubai's lips curled into a smile. It was always a good thing to have an opponent. It always made one feel excited. Otherwise, it would be lonely at the top. Chu Zhongyang. Su Mubai would surpass him. Perhaps he had already surpassed him. As for who was stronger between him and Chernzong? Even if you are stronger than me now, I will still surpass you. Su Mubai clenched his fists. His eyes shone with unparalleled confidence. Chernzong was unaware of all this. At this very moment, Chernzong was training hard. His heart domain covered a radius of 400 meters. He could feel the yuan qi of heaven and earth in the surrounding area. Immediately, with a thought, he immediately absorbed the yuan qi of heaven and earth from all directions. It surged like 100 rivers returning to the current and instantly condensed. It's not fast enough. Moreover, it's very heterogeneous, Chernzong thought. Compared to the lava land, the difference was huge. The yuan qi of heaven and earth in the lava land was mainly fire yuan qi. However, the yuan qi of heaven and earth in the void battlefield was chaotic and heterogeneous. The yuan qi of heaven and earth absorbed and condensed by the heart domain of 400 meters was not as powerful as the heart domain of 300 meters in the lava land. The difference was very obvious. However, Chernzong could not do anything about it. It was completely due to the environmental factors. Chapter 1508. Heaven Burning Earth Fire. Heaven and earth origin energy within a 400-meter-wide heart domain surged and merged with the sword. Raging flames burned in all directions as they struck the black devil gold dummy. It was as if they wanted to burn it to ashes. Explosions rang out continuously from the flames. It was extremely violent and destructive. I've already mastered it, but it's still not strong enough, Chernzong muttered to himself as he looked at the marks on the black devil gold dummy. Unfortunately, the heaven and earth origin energy in the void battlefield could not be compared to the lava field. The heaven burning earth fire technique required the origin energy of fire to reach its peak. Now, although the origin energy of heaven and earth in the air had become majestic and pure due to the formation, it was also mixed with various origin energy of different attributes mixed within. He did not have the ability to convert them into a single origin energy. Convert. As soon as this thought appeared, it was as if a flash of inspiration had appeared. However, Chernzong did not immediately grasp this inspiration. He felt helpless. After pondering for a while, he still could not come up with anything. He could only give up for now. However, this thought remained in his mind, as if it had taken root. If he could convert origin energy, then no matter where he was, he would be able to convert the heaven and earth origin energy into the attribute he needed. At that time, all the heaven and earth origin energy would be converted into fire origin energy. He would be able to push heaven-burning earth fire's might to its peak. Since he did not have a clue, he could only put it aside for now. From the time he won the bet to the time he came out of seclusion, he had spent a whole month. His cultivation had also broken through to the mid-fourth heaven saint realm. At this time, a piece of news arrived. The assassin master had summoned him. The assassin master summoned me? Chernzong was slightly surprised. He did not know why the assassin master had summoned him. Without any delay, Chernzong immediately set off. When he arrived at the assassin master's location, Chernzong discovered that he was not the only one who had been summoned. There were several others. Sumubai was also present. He had arrived earlier than Chernzong. When Chernzong arrived, Sumubai stared at him. There seemed to be a black and white light flashing in his eyes, becoming deeper and deeper. Chernzong suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Very strong, Chernzong thought to himself. Right now, he felt like he could not see through Sumubai. He did not know what level Sumubai's strength had reached. However, it didn't matter. No matter how powerful Sumubai was, he would still surpass him, just like how he had surpassed Chu Zhongyang. Other than Sumubai, there were 3 other strangers. It was Chernzong's first time seeing them. These 3 people all had one thing in common: they looked very young. There were 2 men and 1 woman, and they all wore different armors. Through the armor, Chernzong was able to identify the other party's identity and background. These 3 people were from the Heaven-bestowing branch and the Broken Peak branch. The eyes of the 2 men and the woman were also fixed on Chernzong, shining brightly. Before long, another person arrived. It was Chu Zhongyang. Chu Zhongyang was slightly stunned when he saw Sumubai and Chernzong. Shortly after, his eyes shone with an intense light as traces of battle intent seeped out. After a month, Chu Zhongyang's strength had grown even stronger. Even though he had been defeated by Chernzong, his confidence and belief had not been affected. Instead, he had become even more courageous. Chernzong realized that Chu Zhongyang's eyes contained a trace of indescribable simplicity and profoundness. Previously, Sumubai and Chu Zhongyang had used some kind of eye duel, and it had ended with Sumubai's defeat. However, Chu Zhongyang had not used it during the wagered battle. For some reason, Chernzong did not know. In the end, a total of 8 people were summoned by the Killer Master. 2 people from each of the Green Tooth branch, Blood Soaring branch, Heaven Bestowing branch, and Broken Peak branch had come. Among the 8 people, there were 6 men and 2 women. The 8 people were at a loss. They did not know why the Killer Master had summoned them. Before the Killer Master appeared, one of the 8 people, who looked slightly older and was as fat as a ball, took the initiative to introduce himself with a gentle smile on his face. "Hello, everyone. I am Yuan Guang from the Green Tooth branch." The fat young man had eyes that were like mung beans. He looked a little funny. Yuan Guang. Chernzong and Sumubai were slightly stunned. Naturally, Chernzong, Sumubai, and Sumubai were not the only peerless prodigies in the mysterious Spirit Kill division. There were other outstanding young people who had joined the mysterious Spirit Kill division a few years earlier than Chernzong and Sumubai. Before Chu Zhongyang's arrival, Yuan Guang was already known as the #1 prodigy in the Green Tooth branch. However, Chu Zhongyang's arrival had overshadowed him. Perhaps Chu Zhongyang was the #1 prodigy in the Green Tooth branch, but Yuan Guang's strength was not weak at all. With his 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage cultivation base, coupled with his outstanding innate talent, his strength was terrifying. Other than Yuan Guang, there was also the #1 prodigy in the Blood Soaring branch where Chernzong was from. His name was Xuechao. He was a young man with long blood-red hair and an indifferent expression on his face. However, Chen Zong noticed that the way he looked at him was not friendly. Perhaps it was because Chen Zong's arrival had stolen the glory that originally belonged to him. Who could truly see through fame and fortune? Even a supreme eminent saint stage powerhouse could not avoid it. Chen Zong did not mind Xuechao's behavior. He would treat those who were willing to treat him with sincerity. However, he would also ignore those who had opinions about him. However, if the other party did not only have opinions about him, but also harbored hostility and killing intent, he would not sit still and wait for his death. However, Xuechao's cultivation base was not low either. Just like Yuan Guang, he was also at the 5th Heaven Saint rudiment stage. Su Mubai was from the Broken Peak branch. Similarly, his arrival had replaced the number 1 prodigy in the Broken Peak branch, Zi Tianluo. The ends of Zi Tianluo's hair shone with traces of purple light. When his eyes moved, a faint purple light could be seen. It was unknown whether he was born this way or cultivated this way. Although Zi Tianluo was from the younger generation, he had an indescribable charm to his appearance. He could be considered a peerless beauty. If one did not have a strong will, they would definitely be attracted to him. Zi Tianluo's aura was ethereal and deep. Chen Zong could vaguely sense that he was at the 5th Heaven Saint rudiment stage. However, he did not know exactly what level he was at. The last 2 members of the Broken Peak branch were Chong Kong and Heya. Chong Kong was a young man with slightly squinted eyes. He had a strong body and a cynical smile on his face. There was a faint domineering aura that flashed across his body. Heya was a woman with a cold expression. Her eyes were dark and there was a scar on her face. Her aura was extremely cold. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of everyone. He wore a silver mask and was dressed in a silver robe. He was extremely mysterious. "Kill Master." "Greetings, Kill Master." The 8 of them bowed in unison. No need for formalities. The Kill Master's voice overlapped. It was very mysterious and difficult to distinguish. Up until now, it was said that no one in the mysterious god Kill Master had seen his real body. No one knew whether he was a man or a woman. After the 8 of them bowed, they stood up one after another. Regardless of their temperament, they held their breaths in front of the mysterious Kill Master. They were waiting for him to speak first. Why did he summon them? Many of them had never seen the Kill Lord since they joined the mysterious Divine Killer Division. Naturally, the Kill Lord wasn't someone that anyone could meet. If they were summoned, there must be something going on. Moreover, it wasn't a small matter. If it was a small matter, there was no need for this. The Tianyuan sacred region is divided into 9 realms. The Xianyuan realm is only one of the 9 realms. The Kill Master said, "Now, the Lingwu sacred ground is about to open, but the number of people who can enter is limited." Chen Zong and the others pricked up their ears to listen. The Lingwu sacred ground. Where was that? If the Kill Master mentioned it in such a serious tone, it must be very important. The Lingwu sacred ground. Only those who are less than 100 years old can enter. The Kill Master said again, "There are a total of 10 people who can enter." The 8 of them suddenly changed their expressions. 10 people. The Tianyuan sacred region had a total of 9 realms, but only 10 people could enter the so-called Lingwu sacred ground. Moreover, there was an age restriction. No more than 100 years old. However, what exactly was the Lingwu sacred ground? Chen Zong vaguely felt that it had a lot to do with the Lingwu sacred world. After all, this world was called the Lingwu sacred world, and the Tianyuan sacred region was only a part of the Lingwu sacred world. The 10 people will be competed for by the peerless talents of the 9 realms. Before the peerless talents of the 9 realms compete, the peerless talents of this realm will compete for the spots first. The competition in the Xianyuan realm will be jointly carried out by the Xianyuan dynasty, the Black Palace and the Wuchen Palace. In the Xianyuan realm, the most powerful force was the Xianyuan dynasty, followed by the Black Palace and the Wuchen Palace, which were not under the jurisdiction of the Xianyuan dynasty. The real talents of the Xianyuan dynasty were basically in the Xiantian army and the Zhenyuan guards. Naturally, they would be selected from the Xiantian army and the Zhenyuan guards. Now, they would be selected from the Xiantian army. After a certain number of people were selected, they would form a team with the peerless talents selected by the Zhenyuan guards and compete with the peerless talents selected by the Black Palace and the Wuchen Palace. Then, they would compete with the peerless talents selected by the other 8 realms and obtain the last 10 places to enter the Lingwu sacred ground. Chen Zong and the others were all excited. He had to compete with the geniuses of the Xiantian army, the geniuses of the Zhenyuan guard, the geniuses of the Dark Absolute Palace and the Wuchen Palace, and finally, the geniuses of the other 8 realms. This kind of competition was a great training for them. Even if they could not obtain the last 10 places to enter the Lingwu sacred ground, they would definitely gain a lot and their cultivation would be higher and their strength would be stronger. Just the thought of it was enough to make one's blood boil. Now, the killing division of the Shunxian army had selected 8 peerless talent. In addition to the killing division, the Shunxian army also had the combat division and the defense division. They would also select 8 peerless talents, making a total of 24. However, the Shunxian army was only one of the 9 armies of the Xiantian army. The other 8 armies would also select peerless talents to participate in the competition. In fact, there was no rule on how many people each army could select. 8, 10, or 20 could be selected. However, the selected people must be strong enough. Otherwise, if they were not strong enough, they would only be selected as a formality. Because of this, the killing division of the Shunxian army only selected 8 people. These 8 people were the most talented and powerful people under the age of 100. Naturally, the other armies followed the same criteria when selecting candidate. However, the Shunxian army had the least number of people, so there were not many people selected. The other 8 armies had more people, so the selection ratio was naturally higher. However, no matter how many people were selected in the end, they would have to compete for the spots in the end. Although luck was important, it was not the most important thing. Chapter 1509. Currently, the demons of the void hadn't invaded on a large scale. They only wandered around on a small scale to test the waters. Moreover, the interval between each attack was relatively long for Chen Zong. Normally, there wouldn't be any small-scale battles in a year. Even if there were, the Divine Black Army would be able to suppress them directly. Therefore, the Xiantian army had the time and energy to hold a selection. Also, it was related to the Lingwu sacred ground. The Lingwu sacred ground had another name. It was the number 1 sacred ground and the number 1 opportunity in the world. At least, it was the number 1 sacred ground in the world. As for whether there were other sacred grounds hidden in the dark, no one knew. But no matter what, everyone who knew about the Lingwu sacred ground was filled with desire to enter. However, the Lingwu sacred ground only opened once every 1,000 years, and those who entered couldn't be older than 100 years old. All sorts of conditions limited the majority of people. Only an extremely small number of people could enter. 10 people. They were destined to be the most outstanding prodigies and were destined to be peerless. Rumor had it that everyone who entered the Lingwu sacred ground had their cultivation increase rapidly. As long as they didn't die, they were all terrifying figures of their generation. 8 people from the Divine Black Army. 8 people from the Divine Black Army. 8 people from the Divine Black Army. 24 people from the Divine Black Army. In addition, the 8 armies of the Xiantian army selected at least 30 to 40 people. In the end, there were as many as 280 prodigies in the Xiantian army who met the conditions. The oldest of the 280 prodigies was 99 years old. After all, they were only 100 years old. If they participated in the competition, they might be older than 100 years old in a year. At that time, even if they got a spot, they wouldn't be able to enter the Lingwu sacred ground and would become a joke. Inside the Xiantian battle castle, the 9 generals appeared one after another. The experts under them also appeared. For example, the battle master of the Divine Black Army was an old man wearing domineering armor. His hair and beard were white, but his eyes were extremely sharp. A terrifying battle intent condensed on his body, as if it was going to break the clouds. The commander of the Spirit Xian army was wearing heavy armor. He looked like a towering and majestic iron tower, indestructible and unbreakable. His aura was like that of an ancient mountain. The battle master of the Divine Black Army was wearing a silver mask and a silver robe. He exuded an extremely mysterious aura. These were the 3 strongest experts under the battle master of the Divine Black Army. The generals of the other 8 armies and their strongest subordinates also appeared one after another. This was a matter of great importance, so all those who did not go out or cultivate in seclusion for a long period of time would appear. The 9 generals moved in unison, forming hand seals. Each hand seal had a different shape and color, and the aura they exuded was different as well. However, they were all extremely majestic and mighty. Immediately, under the 9 mysterious hand seals, the array was activated and began to operate at full power. One must know that the 9 Supremes were all half-step great saints, a formation that required 9 half-step great sage experts to work together to activate. How astonishing would that be? The formation was in chaos, as if the world had just been created. Boom! The sound of thunder exploded and reverberated in all directions, as if it was the first divine thunder that opened up the chaos between heaven and earth. Everyone could see that an extremely mysterious bolt of lightning that seemed to be gold, silver, and various other colors streaked across the chaos within the formation. Instantly, the chaos within the formation roiled and surged like a surging ocean, and it was vast and without end. Everyone stared at him, their gazes fixed. Gradually, the chaos in the formation separated. The turbid aura gathered and sank, while the clear aura gathered and rose. Clear at the top and turbid at the bottom. Heaven and earth. Chenzong stared at it with his eyes wide open. Of course, this was not the real creation of heaven and earth. It was just a simulation, but it still contained a trace of wonder. It gave him an indescribable feeling. However, the feeling was so weak that he did not feel anything special. It was as if a seed had been planted, waiting for the right time or opportunity to grow. Heaven and earth were separated. Bolts of lightning swam in the sky and struck directly. The ground was bombarded continuously. In some places the ground rose rapidly, while in others it sank rapidly. It rose as a mountain, and sank as a valley. A trace of blackness grew and spread, turning into rolling dark clouds. Lightning flashed like dragons and snakes dancing. Torrential rain fell from the sky. Countless raindrops flowed and gathered in the valley. They gathered at the fissures in the ground. The water level gradually rose, forming lakes and rivers. Seeds broke through the ground and trees grew. They rose to the sky and stood tall on the ground. In a short time, a world was formed in the formation. However, this was not the real creation of heaven and earth. It was just a trace of mystery with the power of the formation. However, Chernzong had a thought. If the formation was powerful to a certain extent, could it really create heaven and earth? At this moment, the world in the formation was completed. Mountains stood tall, forests were dense, and rivers flowed. A true sun slowly rose into the sky, and its light shone in all directions. Looking from outside the formation, the world inside seemed to be clearly visible. Immediately, the 9 generals of the half-step Great Saint Army formed hand seals again. Suddenly, the sky in the Xiantian Chaos Formation lit up and fell from the sky to the ground. This time, the Xiantian army will choose 10 people based on the momentum of competition. They will represent the Xianyuan dynasty with the 10 chosen by the Zhen Yuan guards and the peerless geniuses cultivated by the royal family. They will compete with the peerless geniuses of the Black Absolute Palace and the Wuchen Hall. They will represent the Xianyuan realm and compete with the other 8 realms, the Tianxian general said in a clear voice. You, the 280 chosen peerless geniuses, will compete for the top 10 in the Xiantian Chaos Formation. After entering the Xiantian Chaos Formation, everyone will receive the power of the formation membrane and have 3 chances to die. If you are killed, you will have 1 less chance to die. If you use up all 3 chances to die, you will be eliminated. However, killing others will increase your chances of dying. However, there are many opportunities within the Xiantian Primordial Chaos Formation. These opportunities are secret treasures. The secret treasures are divided into 3 grades. There are 88 low-grade secret treasures, 28 mid-grade secret techniques, and 8 high-grade secret treasures. Obtaining those secret treasures will be of great help to you. If you obtain a secret treasure, you will not be able to conceal your aura. The more advanced the secret technique, the more powerful your aura will be, and it will be easier for others to sense you. Remember, only 10 people can represent the Xianyuan dynasty. The time limit is 1 month. The 10 people who are not eliminated in the end, or the 10 people who have died the most times when the time is up, will be qualified. Immediately, the 280 chosen peerless geniuses of the younger generation stepped into the Xiantian Chaos Formation. Chen Zong felt a wave of energy flow over him the moment he passed through the formation membrane, covering every part of his body. This feeling was even clearer than during the gambling match. This was also the feeling of everyone who stepped into the Xiantian Chaos Formation. Immediately, light flashed and the 280 peerless geniuses were transported to different places by the formation's power. The sky was clear and the earth was clear. Chen Zong stood at the foot of a mountain and looked up. The mountain was thousands of meters high, and the trees were lush and full of vitality. Birds chirped continuously, crisp and pleasant. The mountain breeze blew past and the leaves swayed. Countless rustling sounds filled the air. It was really a beautiful place. There was no one else around. Chen Zong spread out his divine sense and swept out, covering tens of thousands of meters in an instant. However, he did not find anyone within tens of thousands of meters. Outside the formation, the world inside the formation did not seem big and everything could be seen clearly. However, when he entered, he felt that the world was vast and boundless. Taking a deep breath, he felt refreshed and refreshed. Chen Zong used his movement technique and turned into a bolt of lightning, flying out. He did not know where to go. It was all up to him. Not only were there 280 peerless geniuses, each of whom would become his enemy, but there was also the so-called opportunity. Secret treasures. Chen Zong knew his situation very well. His cultivation base of the mid-4th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage was very low among the 280 peerless geniuses. After all, he had just broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage not long ago. Among them, there was no lack of 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage cultivators, and even higher were 6th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage cultivators. As peerless geniuses, the gap between each cultivation base was obvious. Moreover, those who had broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage earlier had more time to improve and had a better chance. Therefore, his strength did not have much of an advantage among the 280 peerless geniuses. What was worth being happy about was that the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi here was very pure and majestic. There was a 1-month time limit for the competition to prevent endless battles from happening and missing the opening of the Lingwu Holy Land. The way to obtain a slot was to eliminate the other 270 peerless geniuses and directly obtain a slot for the last 10. The other way was to obtain more chances of dying, and the final result would be determined by the number of death. If one wanted to obtain the number of deaths, they had to kill others with their own hand. As a result, some people dispelled the idea of fishing in troubled waters. If there were no such restrictions, some people might find a secret place to hide after entering and obtain a slot in the end. This method was equivalent to reaping without sowing. In a place like the Xiantian army, it was completely prohibited. If one wanted to obtain something, they had to pay the price. They had to fight, kill, and fight. No wishful thinking was allowed to exist. Chernzong's luck was not bad, but it was not good either. This was because those who were lucky would be teleported to the side of the opportunity as soon as they entered and obtain it without any danger. Those who were unlucky would be teleported to places with harsh environments. For example, they would fall into lava and almost die an unnatural death, wasting a chance to die for nothing. Regardless of whether it was joy or danger, everyone had a strong will. After quickly adjusting, they all found a direction that they thought was not bad and used their movement techniques to advance. Find other opportunities. Find other peerless geniuses to kill. Chapter 15:10. The sky was clear and bright, blue and boundless. Wisps of white clouds drifted along with the wind. It was quiet and soundless. It was as beautiful as a painting. Chernzong used the lightning flash movement technique to fly forward. At the same time, he spread out his divine sense to cover a radius of several tens of thousands of meters. In essence, his divine sense was a level higher than other Saint Rudiment stage experts. Therefore, even those with a greater range of divine sense would not be able to detect his divine sense. Circulating the great mystery art, he continued to absorb the world's origin energy from all directions into his body and rapidly refined it. At this moment, there were as many as 4 saint spirals in Chernzong's Qi Si, representing his 4th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage cultivation base. If one didn't have the assistance of external forces, then one could only slowly improve one's cultivation, and one couldn't remember it. On the other hand, the comprehension of Tao insights wasn't necessarily the same. Sometimes, it required a long period of ceaseless comprehension before it was able to improve, and sometimes, one could obtain sudden enlightenment in a single day. The world inside the mysterious sky primordial formation was vast and boundless. There were mountains, rivers, and forests. It was a world of its own. Before he knew it, Chernzong had already flown several hundred miles away. However, he did not encounter any other peerless prodigies. His divine sense covered a radius of several tens of thousands of meters. Suddenly, Chernzong sensed a trace of a strange aura. Chernzong's expression changed slightly. He changed his direction slightly and quickly flew towards the source of the strange aura. The strange aura in this world was not ordinary. It might be the so-called opportunity. If there was an opportunity, he had to obtain it. It might increase his strength and give him the capital to compete with other peerless prodigies. Chernzong's speed was extremely fast. It did not take long for him to cross the distance of several tens of thousands of meters. Immediately, Chernzong sensed another aura rapidly approaching from another direction. Chernzong quickly calculated in his mind. He knew that he would encounter the other party at the source of the strange aura. The other party had obviously noticed Chernzong as well. The aura became stronger. Heart domain. Without the slightest hesitation, Chernzong instantly released a heart domain of 400 meters. Immediately, it absorbed the heaven and earth yuan qi within a radius of 400 meters. It rapidly condensed into an origin ring and rapidly solidified. This was the primordial ring of the 5-layered primordial ring mystic technique. After such a long period of cultivation, even though he hadn't reached the grand completion stage, he had cultivated to the 3rd primordial ring. It was just that he needed some time to execute it. In the midst of a battle, this kind of time was not easy to obtain, but it could be prepared in advance. This was something only Chernzong could do. After all, Chen Zong was capable of multitasking and had the control of his heart domain. Of course, the existence of Yuan Huan had to be controlled at all times. If it was used in battle, it would undoubtedly disperse and weaken his strength in disguise. But now, Chen Zong quietly condensed 3 primordial rings and waited for his opponent to approach. They were only a few thousand meters apart. Through the forest, they could see the silhouettes of both parties. This person was clad in battle armor, which was the style of the Heavenly Profound Army. He was none other than the Heavenly Profound Army's prodigy. Mysterious God Army Killing Division. The other party also saw Chen Zong, and recognized the mysterious God-killing armor on Chen Zong's body, and was slightly startled. The Shunxian army was the most elite of the 9 armies, and the Slaughter Division was the most elite of the 3 divisions. It could be said that the Slaughter Division of the Shunxian army was the most elite of the mysterious Heaven Army. Immediately, the Heavenly Profound Army's prodigy sneered. "Watch how I kill the so-called most elite member of the Slaughter Division of the Shunxian army." There was intense competition between the 9 armies of the mysterious Heaven Army. Although there was no hatred, they were secretly competing with each other. Turning into lightning, he rapidly approached his opponent. The Heavenly Profound Realm's prodigy also approached Chen Zong like a gust of wind. In an instant, both parties approached each other, and the other party also entered the range of his heart domain. The heart domain was formless, colorless, and soundless. It was difficult to detect. "Go!" Chen Zong waved his hand, and the 3 primordial rings behind his back flew out at an astonishing speed. Under the heart domain, the 3 primordial rings were completely controlled by Chen Zong, and they became more agile. When Chen Zong attacked, his opponent reacted very quickly, and immediately attacked with his saber. The long saber broke through the sky, and the saber light was chilling. It was only one saber, but it slashed towards the 3 primordial rings, even though the 3 primordial rings weren't in a straight line. Just this one saber strike had displayed his extraordinary attainments in saber technique. However, under the heart domain, the trajectory of his opponent's saber strike was completely grasped by Chen Zong. Although his cultivation was higher than Chen Zong, it wasn't by much. He was only at the peak of the 4th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. At the same time, Chen Zong slashed out with his sword, and the sword light was shocking. This sword happened to block his opponent's saber strike, and the 3 primordial rings rapidly fell towards his opponent's arm and neck. He tried his best to avoid it, but he couldn't completely avoid it. His left arm was bound by one of the primordial rings, and it instantly contracted. A terrifying force seemed to want to break his left arm. The Heavenly Profound Army's prodigy had no choice but to use all his strength to break free from the primordial rings. At the same time, Chen Zong attacked with his sword. Lifeless sword style. Although the speed of this sword wasn't as fast as the extreme heart sword style, it wasn't slow at all. Moreover, the murderous intent was extremely intense, and it was so dense that it couldn't be dispersed. It was like a torrential river, or a 1,000-year-old volcano erupting in a single day. There was a difference in cultivation, but in terms of strength, the Heavenly Profound Army's prodigy wasn't as good as Chen Zong, let alone under the heart domain. Kill. This sword couldn't be avoided, and it directly slashed through his neck. The light suddenly lit up, and a ray of light shot towards Chen Zong, instantly rippling like water. In an instant, the Heavenly Profound Army's prodigy turned into a ray of light and flew far away. No one knew where he would appear, as it was completely random. Chen Zong's chances of dying increased to 4 times. This could be considered a good start. Moreover, not far away, there was a ball of light quietly waiting in the crevice of a rock. The light was silver in color, and it emitted traces of a strange aura. A secret treasure. Chen Zong's figure flashed, and he directly grabbed the silver ball of light. The light shattered, revealing the item within. It was a silver arm guard. The design was simple and streamlined, and the lines on it were like rays of light sweeping across the sky. At the same time, a message was transmitted to Chen Zong's mind. Silver Light Arm, mid-grade secret treasure. Contains the power of silver light. After activation, it can double the speed of attack for 3 breaths. It can be used once every 6 hours. There is no need to refine it. This secret treasure can be used directly. In an instant, the silver light arm turned into a ball of light and covered Chen Zong's right arm. It fit perfectly and was very comfortable, and it was covered by the sleeve of his long robe. However, traces of the secret treasure's aura continued to spread from it, and a faint silver light also filled the air. This was a reminder to others that Chen Zong had a secret treasure, and it was a mid-grade one. This was the price one had to pay to obtain a secret treasure. However, the power of silver light after activation of the silver light arm could double the speed of attack for 3 breaths, which was undoubtedly very shocking. Unfortunately, the duration was too short, and the interval between uses was too long. Nevertheless, it was considered good to obtain a mid-grade secret treasure. Increasing one's chances of dying and obtaining a mid-grade secret treasure, this trip was considered a great harvest. However, the aura of the silver light arm spread too far. It could be felt within a radius of 30 miles, and faint traces of silver light could be seen in the air within 30 miles. Chen Zong collected his thoughts and did not try the power of the silver light arm. After all, after using it, it could only be used again after 24 hours. If he encountered a strong enemy, it would be a pity if he did not have the power of a secret treasure to use. 10 places I must get one, Chen Zong thought to himself. Although his cultivation was at the bottom among the 280 sky prides, his strength was not necessarily the same. Now that he had obtained a mid-grade secret treasure, it could increase his strength at a critical moment. There were 280 sky prides this time, but there were not that many secret treasures. There were 88 low-grade secret treasures. There were 28 mid-grade secret treasures. There were 8 high-grade secret treasures. In total, there were 124 secret treasures. At most, only 124 people could obtain a secret treasure, but it was also possible that some people could obtain more than one secret treasure. For example, if he was lucky enough, he could obtain another secret treasure. Since mid-grade secret treasures were so good, what about high-grade secret treasures? Thinking quickly, Chen Zong's footsteps did not stop as he quickly flew forward. Everywhere, other sky prides found secret treasures, and other sky prides encountered each other, and fierce battles broke out. When Chen Zong turned into a bolt of lightning and passed through a valley, he suddenly felt a strong fluctuation of yuan qi in the valley. It was very rich, so he immediately descended to search for it. What a dense and pure yuan qi of heaven and earth! Chen Zong couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at the exuberant vegetation before him. Then, a bright light flashed across his eyes. I can use the yuan qi here to break through my cultivation technique. It had been some time since he reached the 20th level of the Dexian origin formula. During this time, his potential had been constantly unearthed through the gambling battle. Now that he had comprehended the mysteries of the 21st level, with the rich yuan qi here, he could break through. In a flash, Chen Zong immediately stepped into the valley. His divine sense covered tens of thousands of meters, but he did not find anyone else. He immediately focused on operating his cultivation technique, absorbing the rich and pure yuan qi around him to help him break through his cultivation technique. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Along with the circulation of the grand profundity art, violent winds whistled and boundlessly vast as boundless energy of the heavens and the earth converged from all directions and surged towards Chen Zong. His heart domain was 400 meters wide, and a large amount of yuan qi was compressed and condensed into his body. As a result, his absorption speed was much faster. A figure flashed across the sky like a bolt of lightning and entered the range of 100 miles in an instant. Then, the figure landed on the ground. This aura. There was a small scar at the corner of this person's eye, and he looked a little fierce. His expression changed as he carefully sensed the aura in the air. His sharp eyes could also distinguish the faint silver light in the air. A secret treasure. It should be the aura of a secret treasure. Joy appeared on the face of the youth with the scar at the corner of his eye. He immediately identified the source of the aura and flew out at an astonishing speed. The aura of a fifth heaven saint realm expert spread out. The person was heading in the direction of Chenzong. 100 miles. This was not a long distance for a fifth heaven saint realm prodigy. He could cross it in a short time. Chapter 15:11. Among the 9 armies of the Xiantian army, the Shunxian army was ranked first, but it had fewer people. The other 8 armies had more people, and there were many talented people among them. Even when compared to the elites of the Shunxian army, they were not inferior to them. The young man with a scar on the corner of his eye was from the Wang Xianjun army. His name was Li Weiyuan. The other 8 armies of the mysterious Sky Army were different from the Divine Black Army. In other words, they were different from the Divine Black Army's Slaughter Division. The Divine Black Army's Slaughter Division did not talk about names, only code names. On the other hand, the Combat Division, Imperial Division, and the other 8 armies called each other by name. Li Weiyuan stared at Chen Zong with a sinister smile on his face. At the same time, he said in a low voice, "Elite of the Divine Black Army's Slaughter Division, let me see what you're capable of." The Divine Black Army's Slaughter Division was often known as the gathering place of the mysterious Sky Army's elites. Naturally, it would arouse the dissatisfaction of some talented and arrogant people. They felt that they were not weaker than Li Weiyuan and might even be stronger. Moreover, Li Weiyuan had a secret treasure on him. Regardless of whether it was a low-grade, mid-grade, or high-grade secret treasure, it was useful to them. In an instant, Li Weiyuan's movement technique erupted. He turned into a gust of wind and let out a terrifying roar that shook the heavens and earth as he charged towards Chen Zong. Wherever he passed, the grass and trees on his left and right were smashed into powder by the gust of wind. The ground was torn apart, and sand and stones flew into the air before turning into powder. He was like a violent tornado that charged forward. An ordinary 5th-level Saint Rudiment stage cultivator would not be able to resist such an aura. However, Chen Zong was still cultivating and had no intention of getting up. A ferocious look flashed across Li Weiyuan's face. From the looks of it, Li Weiyuan was at a critical juncture in his cultivation. If he forced himself to get up, he would be devoured by his cultivation technique. No matter what he did, he would not be able to escape death. Kill. Li Weiyuan had no intention of waiting for Li Weiyuan to finish cultivating. He would not have such an opportunity to fight the spatial fiend devil on the battlefield. That would be courting death. Even if they were both members of the mysterious Sky Army and were not enemies, they were still enemies at this moment. They were enemies who were competing for opportunities, so of course, he would not hold back. Kill. The wind howled, destroying everything in its path. Li Weiyuan then blasted out with his palm. The wind immediately condensed and turned into an angry dragon, intending to kill Chen Zong in an instant. Li Weiyuan's cultivation was at the early 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage, and the cultivation technique he cultivated was also a top-grade Saint-grade cultivation technique. His strength was much stronger than an ordinary early 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage cultivator. This attack was enough to kill an ordinary early 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage cultivator. At the moment when the raging wind dragon was about to hit Chen Zong's eyes suddenly opened, emitting a cold light. There seemed to be a vast expanse in the depths of his eyes. The scarlet infernal flame sword struck out in an instant. Lightning mountain cleaving. The sword light turned into an incomparably violent thunderbolt, as if it was going to shatter a mountain. It was extremely violent. Although this sword strike was very powerful, it still couldn't block Li Wuyuan's Raging Wind Dragon attack. After all, Chen Zong's attack was a little hasty. However, he didn't need to completely block it. He only needed to block it for an instant. Lightning leaves the dust. Illusory net 9 transformations. Chen Zong executed 2 different movement techniques consecutively. He dodged the Raging Wind Dragon and struck out with his sword. Extreme Heart Sword style. The speed of this sword strike was extremely fast and shocking. Even Li Wuyuan was surprised. "You're quite capable," Li Wuyuan sneered. The long saber on his back suddenly jumped up and slashed down. The saber light was extremely fierce and contained endless killing intent. This saber strike seemed to be able to split the void in front of it and annihilate everything. Li Wuyuan didn't plan to hold back when he attacked. It was as if he treated Chen Zong as a void demon and attacked with all his might. One strike to kill. Chen Zong's hair stood on end as his killing intent surged forth, sending chills down his spine. As expected of a selected peerless Sky Pride. It was really shocking. The reason why the Sky Pride from the Heavenly Profound Army was defeated and killed so quickly was because he had unexpectedly used his Yuan ring. Otherwise, it would be inevitable that they would have to exchange blows to determine the victor. Lifeless sword style. An intense killing intent surged and condensed on the sword. It struck out violently like a bolt of lightning. The saber and sword collided in an instant, and an extremely terrifying force vibrated through the sword. Chen Zong couldn't help but take 3 steps back. In terms of cultivation, the gap between him and his opponent was obvious. If he hadn't broken through to the 21st level of the Dexian art in time, causing his saint energy to become even more majestic and pure, he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand this saber strike. Li Wuyuan was even more surprised that his saber strike had been blocked. However, his reaction was extremely fast. Without any hesitation, the saber light flashed and turned into 9 violent saber lights. In an instant, the 9 saber lights turned into 81 saber lights and covered Chen Zong from head to toe. Every saber light was extremely sharp and had an astonishing killing intent. It was a pure saber of slaughter without any extravagance. The saber light tore through the void as if it wanted to tear Chen Zong into pieces. It made Chen Zong's hair stand on end. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zong shrunk his heart domain to 100 meters. When it shrunk from 400 meters to 100 meters, everything became clearer and was completely controlled by Chen Zong's perception. 81 saber lights, 81 trajectories. Chen Zong's expression was solemn. With a sword in hand and covered by his heart domain, he used his heart to control the sword in his hand. The speed of his sword was extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zong swung his sword. It looked like an ordinary sword, but there were 81 swords that blocked the 81 saber light. Every saber light was so powerful that Chen Zong had no choice but to quickly divert the force. The ground was shattered by the impact of the guided force. This move was blocked by Chen Zong again. Li Wuyuan was even more surprised. His cultivation was obviously not as high as his, but he was able to block his saber strike. Was this the ability of an elite from the Divine Xian army? No, he was definitely not weaker than an elite from the Divine Xian army. The long saber pierced through the air again. Chen Zong's figure kept changing and circled around. The figures overlapped and the saber lights intersected, forming an inescapable net and a purgatory of saber lights. 9 sabers. 9 sabers. 81 sabers. 81 sabers. Then, they turned into 9 figures again. 9 sabers attacked. It was even more mysterious, unfathomable, and peerlessly fierce. However, under the heart domain, all the trajectories were under Chen Zong's control. There was nowhere to hide. Although it was very difficult, Chen Zong blocked all the attacks in the end. He blocked all of them. Li Wuyuan was extremely shocked. Although it seemed that it was not easy for Chen Zong to block them, he still managed to block them. Take this. His words were cold and filled with killing intent. An extremely terrifying chill erupted in the blink of an eye. A saber strike that gathered all the strength in his body. It was an extremely terrifying saber strike. Kill. Chernzong's hair stood on end. Under the heart domain, he could clearly feel the terror of this saber strike. It was as if it was going to split the heart domain, split the heavens and earth, and split himself. Heaven burning earth fire. Without hesitation, Chernzong used his most powerful strike. The origin chi of fire in the 100-meter heart domain was instantly absorbed and integrated into the sword. The fire was bright and blazing. It was extremely violent. The high temperature burned fiercely and turned it into ashes. This strike caused Li Wuyuan's expression to change drastically. He felt a great threat. The sword and saber collided countless times in an instant. The terrifying power swept out in all directions and shattered with a loud bang. The copious and irresistible impact caused Chernzong to retreat continuously. Li Wuyuan could not stop himself from retreating. Every step he took shattered the ground and left a deep pit. However, as the two of them retreated, they attacked at the same time. The saber and sword struck out, and the sword light and saber light pierced through the air. Chernzong paused his footstep. His figure flashed rapidly and he waved his long sword. Wind martial art. 3 strikes were launched consecutively. In an instant they turned into thunder martial art moves. The moves were continuous and sword light filled the air. Even though the might of his sword moves was inferior to heaven-burning earth fire, there were no flaws in his sword moves. They were continuous and varied, and for a time, Li Wuyuan could only block them. But Li Wuyuan's saber technique was exquisite to the extreme. Every single saber strike pursued extreme lethality. It seemed simple, yet it was profound and shocking. It was a saber technique that he'd tempered from numerous life and death battles with void devils. His adaptability was swift, and he ceaselessly blocked Chernzong's sword techniques while waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. Chernzong wasn't anxious. His opponent's strength was formidable. Moreover, his saber technique was exquisite and peerless, and his saber insight was formidable. He was a very good opponent to temper himself with. Chernzong relied on the pressure Li Wuyuan gave him to ceaselessly temper himself and arouse his potential. He intended to make himself reach a higher level of enlightenment, but Li Wuyuan's thoughts were different. He wanted to kill Chernzong as soon as possible and seize Chernzong's secret treasure before killing even more people. Wind martial art. Chernzong executed this basic Dao insight martial technique over and over again without end. Under the pressure of the life and death crisis from Li Wuyuan's saber technique, he felt that he'd improved once again. Lightning martial art. Fire martial art. Sword martial art. The 4 basic Dao insight martial techniques were executed alternately, but every single time they were executed, their order would be disrupted. They were executed casually and at will. They were sometimes slow like a cool breeze, sometimes violent like a raging inferno, and sometimes sharp like a heavenly blade. The more they fought, the more unsightly Li Wuyuan's expression became. His cultivation was obviously much higher than his opponent, yet he was unable to kill his opponent. Humiliation. He took a deep breath, and the energy in his entire body was agitated without end. It was violent and shocking, and his aura shot into the sky to condense into the image of a saber in the sky, and it emitted a terrifying aura of annihilation. Spirit slaughter absolute saber. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Wuyuan executed an offensive secret technique, an extremely strong saber strike. This saber strike seemed as if it could annihilate all living beings in the heavens and the earth, and it caused Chernzong to be astounded to the extreme. The might of this saber strike was at least 50% stronger than Li Wuyuan's other saber techniques and saber move. Chernzong's hairs stood on end, and he felt a chill run down his spine. His eyes narrowed as a speck of cold light shot out from the depths of his eyes. The might of this saber strike seemed to have exceeded the upper limit of what he was able to resist. Silverlight energy. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Zong directly utilized the strength of the mid-grade secret treasure, Silverlight arm, and a wisp of silver light instantly suffused out and covered his right arm like flowing water. Chen Zong felt that when his right arm was covered by the silver light, an extremely strange energy suffused his entire right arm. Instantly, it seemed as if his right arm had lost all weight, and it became extremely light and nimble. Silverlight energy. This could only be maintained for the time of 3 breaths. 3 breaths was actually very short, and it passed in a flash. But 3 breaths couldn't be considered to be short to an expert, and it was sufficient for him to execute many moves. Chapter 15:12. Lifeless Sword Style. Extreme Killing Intent. Extreme Killing Intent. Extreme Sword Stroke. Extreme Purity. This sword stroke was only for killing. This sword was unleashed for the sole purpose of slaughter. The power of silver light could double the attack speed, which was equivalent to doubling the speed of the sword stroke. Double. This was a terrifying concept. Chen Zong's sword stroke was already very fast. With the doubling of the speed, it became even more shocking and terrifying. If he used the power of silver light to activate the extreme heart sword style, the sword stroke would be extremely fast. But he didn't. Chen Zong chose the lifeless sword style. Although the speed of the lifeless sword style was not as fast as the extreme heart sword style, it was much more powerful. With the power of silver light, the sword stroke's speed was doubled. The sword stroke's speed was much faster than the extreme heart sword style. It also had terrifying power. Moreover, the power of the slash was increased with the support of the high speed of the sword stroke. Only with such power could he break the weak point of Li Wuyan's attack. Kill. The power of silver light caused Chen Zong's sword stroke to increase rapidly. In an instant, it slashed through Li Wuyan. When the saber light dissipated, Li Wuyan stood still with his saber in his hand. His face revealed a look of disbelief. He was actually killed. Then, as the light flickered, one of them shot towards Chen Zong. Li Wuyan lost 1 chance to die, so he only had 2 left. However, Chen Zong had 1 more chance to die, so he had 5. Li Wuyan turned into a beam of light and fled. Chen Zong did not rush to act. He stood still with his eyes closed and fell into silence. In the valley, a gentle breeze blew. It blew his hair and clothes, making Chen Zong feel as if he was going to fly with the wind. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and a sharp light shot out like lightning. The scarlet hellfire flowing flame sword was also unsheathed and slashed out. The sword stroke was subtle and the sword shadow was light. It was Feng Wuing. Its speed was amazing and the sword energy was continuous like the wind. Immediately, the second stroke was slashed out. A shocking sharpness spread out. Wind splitting strong. With the last stroke, a fierce wind rose. The hurricane roared and destroyed everything. Wind City destruction. Chen Zong swung his sword again and again as if he was enlightened. He kept practicing his wind martial art. Inside the valley, a cool breeze blew gently. Sometimes, it would become stronger and turn into a gale that whistled endlessly. Chen Zong's sword paused. He focused his eyes and sensed with his heart domain. A trace of comprehension suddenly surged in his heart. He swung his sword. The sword seemed to have disappeared, blending into the wind of the valley. Sword after sword, over and over again. Suddenly, Chen Zong laughed heartily. So that's how it is. Another sword slashed out. Wind rose, surging in all directions, graceful to the point of berserk. Wind martial arts. Perfection. Wind martial arts. Thunder martial arts. Fire martial arts. Sword martial arts. Chen Zong had obtained these 4 basic Dao insight martial techniques for a period of time, and he'd cultivated all of them to the mastery realm, yet none of them had attained perfection. The difference between great perfection and great perfection was one level, but there was an obvious difference. Perfection meant that one's martial arts had reached the pinnacle, becoming one with it. There were no obvious flaws, and it also meant that one had comprehended it to the highest level. Perfection meant that the might of one's martial arts would increase along with it. Countless comprehensions gushed out and filled his mind. Chen Zong unconsciously swung the sword in his hand. Every sword strike seemed to be disorderly, yet every sword strike was filled with profundity, as if they'd merged into the wind and moved with the wind. This was a miraculous state that caused Chen Zong to be completely immersed in it and forget everything in the outside world. 15 minutes passed. 30 minutes passed. An hour passed. The valley was filled with boundless wind that swept out endlessly. Wind Dao Insight. Fourth circulation. Chen Zong never imagined that when his wind martial arts attained perfection this time, even his wind Dao Insight would break through from the third circulation to the fourth circulation, causing its might to be even stronger, and his ability to go against his enemies would be even stronger. I'll seize this opportunity to continue breaking through. Chen Zong didn't hesitate in the slightest to immediately withdraw an enlightenment pill and consume it. The enlightenment pill was capable of increasing one's comprehension ability for a short period of time. The best was naturally to enter into closed-door cultivation in a suitable and safe place in the outside world. But Chen Zong felt that after his wind martial arts broke through to the perfection stage and his wind Dao Insight broke through to the fourth circulation, it didn't stop and instead had a feeling of wanting to continue. Thus, he had to seize this opportunity. Consuming the enlightenment pill to increase one's comprehension ability could speed up this process and shorten the time. The energy of the enlightenment pill dissolved. Instantly, Chen Zong felt his mind become completely clear, and his entire body felt extremely light, as if he was about to rise into the sky. All distracting thoughts vanished, and his mind was incomparably concentrated, as if it was infinitely magnified. The comprehension related to the wind martial arts and wind Dao Insight gushed out ceaselessly like spring water. The enlightenment pill started to display its shocking effect, and it even increased Chen Zong's comprehension ability that was already extraordinary by 20 to 30%. An increase of 20 to 30% directly broke through the original limit, and its effect was extremely shocking. Countless bright lights gushed out, and lights flickered endlessly within Chen Zong's eyes. The lights seemed like a gentle breeze, yet also seemed like a howling gale, yet also seemed like a roaring storm. Wind, wind, wind. There was only wind in his mind, in his eyes, and in his heart. Wind was everything. Wind filled the heavens and the earth, and it was boundless and everywhere. So long as there was aura, it would form wind. Wind would be gentle. Wind would be mighty as well. Wind would be even more violent. Wind would be sharp as well. When it was gentle, it passed by slowly, and it fluttered his hair. When it was mighty, it whistled and surged, causing sand and rocks to fly. When it was violent, it roared in the heavens and the earth, and it destroyed everything in its path. When it was sharp, it was like a heavenly blade that tore everything into pieces. Even more inspiration gushed out. Chen Zong felt that no matter if it was gentleness, mighty, violent, or sharp, they were all the characteristics of wind, and they were the profundities contained within the wind Dao Insight. If he was able to completely master these four profundities and merge them into one, then he would be able to push the wind Dao Insight to the limit and evolve it into an even higher level Dao Insight. Perhaps it would become a high-level Dao Insight. But when Chen Zong wanted to carry it out, he instead had a feeling of powerlessness. He instantly understood that his accumulation was insufficient and was unable to allow the low-level wind Dao Insight to evolve into a high-level wind Dao Insight. But he was unable to evolve it into a high-level wind Dao Insight, yet he had a chance of evolving it into a mid-level wind Dao Insight. The earthly fire Dao Insight was a mid-level Dao Insight, and it mainly contained the two profundities of violence and blazing. Then, the mid-level wind Tao insight naturally contained these two profundities as well. Of course, a wind Tao insight was all-encompassing, and its profundities weren't limited to just those four types. But those four types were something that Chernzong was able to clearly comprehend. Then, how should I choose the four types of clear profundities that I'm able to comprehend? Without much hesitation, Chernzong made his choice right away. The profundities of the violent wind. The profundities of the sharp wind. His comprehension ability erupted as he comprehended with all his might. Instantly, the surrounding wind was guided and affected by the profundities, and it gradually became violent before transforming into a gale that howled and roared endlessly as it raged through the surroundings, seeming as if it wanted to destroy everything in the surroundings. Chen Zong's entire body was enveloped within the gale, and he seemed as if he wanted to fly up into the sky, and his long hair fluttered wildly. After that, strands of sharp energy condensed out from within the gale, and they were sharp like blades as they sliced through everything. They became one with the gale as they madly minced, and became terrifying to the extreme. It was a gale that tore apart everything and shattered everything. Rumble! The heavens and the earth shook, and the gorge was vast and mighty. Sand and rocks flew out from all directions, and they transformed into dust and powder. Chen Zong's body was within the eye of the gale, and he slowly soared into the sky along with the gale that swept out, and he relied on the strength of the gale and not his own strength. His figure ceaselessly rose and rose. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, 400 meters, 500 meters. Soon after, his body stopped, and he stood still in the void along with the roaring gale. Countless rays of light swirled in Chen Zong's eyes. In an instant, Chen Zong let out a low roar that sounded like the sound of heaven and earth. Then, he unsheathed his sword and slashed downwards. Rumble! This sword move was extremely mysterious, and the gale that surrounded it in all directions was instantly guided by this sword and blasted towards it. The ground of the gorge was shattered, and countless plants and trees flew up and turned into powder that merged into the gale, making the gale even more terrifying and destructive. The tremor lasted for more than 10 breaths before it quieted down. A huge gully that was at least 100 meters wide and thousands of meters long and more than 10 meters deep appeared in the gorge, demonstrating the terrifying power of Chen Zong's sword move. The power of a sword move that covered a large area was extremely terrifying, and it was not inferior to the heaven-burning earth sword move at all, and its range was even wider. 1 sword move, 2 sword moves, 3 sword moves. Chen Zong swung his sword 10 times in a row, and 10 terrifying gale sword chi roared in all directions, wantonly passing through the gorge. Kill! 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 After the 10 sword moves, the entire gorge was almost shattered, as if it was a ruin. This destructive power was simply too shocking. The power is indeed strong, but the power is too scattered. Chen Zong thought to himself. While the effect of the God Mystery Enlightenment Elixir was still in effect, Chen Zong continued to comprehend, modifying and perfecting this sword move, and striving for a better result. If the power was too scattered, it naturally had to be gathered and condensed. Although he could slowly comprehend it, Chen Zong did not have that much time. Hence, the most direct method was to use the heart domain to assist. The heart domain was indeed useful. Within the range of the heart domain, everything was under the influence of the user, and he could easily perceive and even guide everything within the heart domain. Referring to the heaven-burning earth sword, Chen Zong suddenly had an idea. In an instant, he absorbed the origin energy of wind within a range of 400 meters. This was not a lava land, nor was it a place with high temperature. Hence, the origin energy of heaven and earth was much more abundant in the origin energy of wind than the origin energy of fire and water. The density and purity of the origin energy of wind was fused into this sword move, and then it was swung out. Kill! At the beginning, it was only an extremely sharp sword light that emitted a slight sound. In the next instant, it became violent as if it had absorbed the wind of the heavens and the earth, and it commanded the wind to converge to transform into a tempest before transforming into a gale. The gale was violent and sharp, and it was the combination of the two. It was also because Chunzong's Wind Dao insight had transformed into the intermediate stage Gale Dao insight. The might of the Gale Dao insight naturally surpassed the Wind Dao insight greatly. Using the Gale Dao insight to drive it, fusing the essence of the Wind Dao insight, fusing it with his own comprehension of martial techniques and the heavens and the earth, he finally created this sword move that was closely related to the wind. The sword move was like a gale that easily destroyed everything, and it was all-powerful and violent to the extreme. This type of violence was different from the violence of the heaven-burning earth sword, but they both possessed terrifying destructive force. Chapter 15:13. The Sixth Tao is about to enter the capital. From now on, please don't call me Little Six. Call me Lulu. The heaven's pride of the Ming Xian army was astonishingly fast. Like a gust of wind, he traversed thousands of meters in the blink of an eye. His body came to a halt in the blink of an eye. His expression was solemn as he stared ahead with a frown on his face. A cold light flashed in his eyes as his mid-fifth heaven Saint Rudiment stage aura surged out from his body. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out continuously, and it was extremely pleasant to the ears. The three parts of the short spear and short staff on his back instantly combined into a long spear. The long spear was bronze in color and looked extremely heavy. However, the tip of the spear radiated an unparalleled sharpness, as if it could pierce through everything in the world. His aura fused with the long spear in his hand. His battle-intent soared to the heavens, as if it wanted to pierce through the 9 heavens. At this time, a figure came from afar like a ghost and appeared in a flash. When this person saw the person holding the spear in front of him, the corners of his mouth suddenly hung a cold smile, and a trace of extremely fierce, killing intent bloomed in his eyes. His ghostly figure didn't stop at all as he quickly closed in on his opponent. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the stronger one wins. This was a battle of life and death, and it was a fight for fortune and a fight for a spot. So, he couldn't hesitate or hold back in the slightest. Kill. The bronze spear was as heavy as a mountain and astonishingly sharp. It instantly pierced through the air and suppressed the air in front of it, making it seem as if it had collapsed in an instant. There was an extremely terrifying rumbling sound. Countless streams of air flowed in from all directions, like an extremely astonishing cyclone that crushed everything. However, his ghostly figure flickered and seemed to have turned into nothingness. He directly penetrated the spear radiance and closed in on his opponent. He waved his left hand at an indescribably fast speed, and a faint light appeared in the air. There was no way to dodge. Even his reaction was a step too slow. The mid-fifth heaven Saint Realm Prodigy's neck was instantly sliced by the black light. His body flickered as a ray of light separated from his body and was absorbed by his opponent. Then, he quickly fled into the distance. One strike. With just a single strike, he had killed a peerless prodigy at the mid-fifth heaven Saint Realm. This was a terrifying display of strength. 8 times. This person's feminine face was suffused with a wisp of a sinister smile, and his voice was low. The number of deaths had reached 8, which meant that 5 people had died under his sharp blade. Unfortunately, there are no secret treasures. The man continued in a low voice, but even if I don't get the treasure, with my strength, I can still get a spot. Strength. With strength came confidence. The stronger one was, the greater one's confidence would be. As one of the 280 peerless geniuses who participated in this competition, his cultivation level was undoubtedly one of the highest. Naturally, his strength was also one of the strongest. His figure flashed, and he quickly left like a ghost without making a sound. "You are no match for me. Stretch out your neck and let me kill you." The long-haired young man held a light blue longsword in his hand. The blade was thin and extremely sharp. His indifferent eyes stared ahead at the person who was mobilizing all his strength to resist him. "It's not certain who will live and who will die." The other party coldly snorted. Immediately, his two blades swept up an extremely terrifying blade storm, crazily sweeping out to kill. A futile struggle. A cold light flashed across the indifferent young man's eyes. He swung his sword. The seemingly casual strike instantly released a terrifying aura, as if it could split a mountain and cut a river in half. With just one strike, the terrifying blade storm was split open, and the other party's body was slashed through, leaving a long sword scar that extended for hundreds of meters. The blade chi dissipated, and the two blades fell to the ground. The other party stared blankly ahead. How could the difference be so great? "If you can survive one strike from me, I'll let you go this time." The young man, whose body was as strong as a mountain, laughed loudly. His body suddenly leaped into the air, like a dragon soaring through the sky. In an instant, he descended like a ferocious tiger leaping over a mountain stream, bringing with him a terrifying aura of a dragon and a tiger. Boom! The end of the long staff instantly became as thick as a person's waist. It smashed down with a loud bang, as if it was smashing a mountain. Under the impact of the huge staff, the ground caved in and cracked, and countless cracks spread out rapidly. Under the attack of the staff, the peerless prodigy with a late 5th Heaven Saint rudiment stage cultivation base lost all his defenses in an instant. In an instant, a ray of light separated from his body and shot towards his opponent, while he turned into a streak of light and fled into the distance. Strong. These people were the strongest among the 280 peerless prodigies. All of them were at the 6th Heaven Saint rudiment stage. To reach the 6th Heaven Saint rudiment stage within 100 years of age, not only did one need extraordinary cultivation talent, but one also needed extraordinary opportunities. In the valley, the vegetation had been reduced to dust, and the ground was covered with countless cracks. It was a ghastly sight, as if a hurricane had wantonly destroyed the place. Chunzong stood in the valley. The energy of the Spirit Mystery Enlightenment Pill had completely disappeared. He had reaped great benefits from this cultivation. First, he had broken through to the 21st stage of the Great Mystery Art. Secondly, his Wind Dao intent had broken through to the 4th revolution, and his Wind Martial had reached perfection. In the end, his Wind Dao insight had broken through and transformed into the intermediate grade Oblivion Wind Dao insight. Moreover, he'd created an even stronger sword move based on the Oblivion Wind Dao insight and the Martial of Wind, and Chunzong named this sword move Citadel Ravager. After taking a deep breath, Chunzong calmed himself down. His figure flashed, and he immediately turned into a streak of light and flew out of the valley. "You actually have a secret treasure as well. Hand it over obediently, and I'll give you a quick death." The prodigy in the Dragon Profound Army's armor stared at Chunzong, his eyes gleaming brightly. The battle shoes on his feet emitted a faint bronze glow, and the aura of a secret treasure emanated from them. A low-grade secret treasure. The opponent's battle shoes were a low-grade secret treasure. At this moment, the prodigy was staring at Chunzong's right arm. He could see a faint silver glow, and he could feel the aura fluctuating from it. A mid-grade secret treasure. He felt that he was lucky to have met someone with a mid-grade secret treasure. As long as he killed the opponent, the mid-grade secret treasure would be dropped, and he would be able to obtain it and use it for himself. If he obtained the mid-grade secret treasure, he would have more trump cards, and it would be more advantageous for him in this battle. Of course, he was also a little wary. After all, it was a mid-grade secret treasure. Moreover, he did not know what kind of secret treasure it was and what kind of power it possessed. It would be better if the opponent was threatened and voluntarily handed it over. If not, he would fight and kill the opponent. Chunzong narrowed his eyes slightly. Naturally, he would not hand over the silver light arm to the opponent. However, this person would be a strong opponent. His cultivation was at the peak of the 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. He was much stronger than Chunzong, who was at the middle of the 4th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. Moreover, the opponent had a low-grade secret treasure, which was a pair of battle shoes. Chunzong did not know how effective it was. A strong opponent. Chunzong did not know if he could defeat the opponent. However, no matter what, this battle was inevitable. If that was the case, then let's fight. The scarlet infernal flame sword was unsheathed, and a streak of sword light shot out. The sword chi was violent and swift. Kill. You're courting death. Yang Ming was enraged. He was only at the middle of the 4th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. How dare he take the initiative to attack him? Kill. Yang Ming's cultivation at the peak of the 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage erupted. Saint energy surged out like waves. It was extremely powerful and ferocious. He punched out like a dragon. The ferocious fist shattered the scarlet sword light and continued on to Chunzong. It was as if it wanted to smash Chunzong into pieces. Illusory net 9 transformations. In an instant 9 figures flickered. This was the mastery of the illusory net 9 transformations. The illusory net 9 transformations was a saint-grade superior movement technique. It was more profound than the lightning flash and was especially suitable for battle. Now that Yang Ming could transform into 9 figures in an instant, he had cultivated it to the mastery stage. However, there was still the perfection stage above that. The 9 figures rapidly closed in on Yang Ming, and the scarlet infernal flame sword shot out in unison. Child's play. Although Yang Ming shouted coldly, he did not dare to underestimate Yang Ming. This was because this movement technique was so profound that it was difficult for him to find a flaw. However, there was no need for him to find a flaw. All he needed to do was to break it with brute force. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, Yang Ming threw out a series of punches. His punches spread out in all directions, attacking everything around him. Chunzong felt as if he was a small boat in a turbulent sea. He was swaying and could be destroyed at any time. Heart domain. Yang Ming compressed it to a radius of 100 meters. He continued to compress it until it was 50 meters. 50 meters was the limit that he could compress it to. He needed to put in a lot of effort to maintain it. At the same time, everything within the heart domain became clearer. It was 10 times clearer than when he was 400 meters away. The feeling of being in control of everything became stronger and more obvious. Dodge. Chunzong pushed the illusory net 9 transformations to the extreme. He dodged his opponent's punches by a hair's breadth and slashed out with his sword. Yang Ming was shocked. His opponent could actually dodge his punches and attack him at close range. It was unbelievable. However, such an attack was not strong enough to deal with him. Chunzong was also helpless. Even though he had compressed his heart domain to a range of 50 meters and was able to avoid the other party's punch and attack, the huge gap in their cultivation made it impossible for his sword to truly injure the other party, let alone kill him. Even if he activated the power of the silver light arm, it could only increase the speed of his sword. With the increase in speed, the power would increase correspondingly. However, it was still difficult to kill his opponent. Moreover, it only lasted for 3 breaths. With a thought, Chunzong dodged Yang Ming's punches and quickly retreated to open up the distance. Futile struggle. Yang Ming couldn't help but smile coldly. He was sure that although his opponent was strong, there was still a gap between him and Yang Ming. He was only a threat. However, as long as Yang Ming was alert enough, he could defeat and kill him. At that time, his opponent's mid-tier secret treasure would belong to him. Realizing that his strength was enough to defeat his opponent, Yang Ming wasn't in a hurry to pursue. A cold light flashed in Chen Zong's eyes. Immediately, his heart domain spread out again, covering a radius of 400 meters. With a thought, the fire Yuan Qi was drawn out and condensed on the sword. The scarlet hellfire flowing sword immediately burned. Chapter 15-14. What you see now is what Lu wrote day and night for more than a month. It will be updated regularly. Heaven burning earth fire. The flames were violent and ferocious like a raging tide. Among the materials used to forge the Scarlet Inferno Flame Sword, many of them were of the fire attribute. They contained an astonishing amount of heat. The higher the temperature of the sword, the more violent its power would be. However, Chen Zong also knew that this sword was not enough to kill his opponent. At most, it would only be a threat. The second sword, city-destroying hurricane. Yang Ming was slightly surprised. His fist technique became violent. Countless fist forces turned into a majestic and mighty force, like a rolling river flowing east. It broke the violent burning heaven and earth fire and blasted toward the mighty hurricane like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The hurricane was then defeated. Yang Ming's tyrannical fist energy also collapsed. What other tricks do you have? Take them out. Yang Ming sneered. The elite of the Spirit Xian army. Today, he would beat him into submission. Chen Zong's face was solemn. His eyes were as sharp as swords. His thoughts flashed like lightning. His opponent's cultivation was clearly much higher than his. If his opponent was just an ordinary Fifth Heaven Saint Realm cultivator, he wouldn't be a match for him at all. However, his opponent was a peerless genius, a one-in-a-million peerless genius. His cultivation method was top-grade Saint grade, and his martial arts were top-grade Saint grade. His talent was outstanding, and his combat experience was abundant. No matter what, he was impeccable. His opponent was strong, and there was an obvious gap between their cultivation. How could he fight? Chen Zong's thoughts flashed like lightning. Could it be that he was going to die once? Moreover, the silver light arm would also fall. Would it be obtained by his opponent? In front of him was the light shadow that was penetrated by his opponent's punch. There was fire and wind, and it was gradually dissipating. However, the wind and fire intertwined and turned into a cyclone. It seemed to contain an amazing power. In his mind, there seemed to be a flash of lightning that tore through the darkness. Suddenly, Chen Zong's eyes lit up. Wind. Fire. Wind helps the fire. Fire lends itself to wind. Wind and fire did not conflict. On the contrary, they complemented each other. Chen Zong's superb comprehension ability was once again put to good use, and he instantly understood. His heart domain covered the entire area, covering an area of 400 meters. Immediately, Chen Zong performed heaven-burning earth fire again. His sword turned into a violent flame and blasted out. Immediately after, he performed city-crushing hurricane. However, Chen Zong performed the two moves one after the other. Although his sword was very fast, there was a time gap. Moreover, his sword was shattered by Yang Ming's terrifying fist strength and could not take shape. Is that all you've got? Yang Ming shook his head, seemingly a little disappointed. He was different from Chen Zong's previous opponent. He was more talkative. The more he talked, the more opportunity he created for Chen Zong. Heart domain. Half of it was absorbing fire elemental energy, while the other half was absorbing wind elemental energy. Heaven burning earth fire. City destroyer hurricane. The two moves were performed seamlessly. Heaven burning earth fire spread out violently. As the hurricane blew, the intensity of the fire suddenly increased by several fold. It became more violent and blazing, burning everything and destroying everything. It was unstoppable. However, there was a difference between the two moves before and after. Only a small part of it could really enhance the intensity of the fire with wind. Even so, its power was directly increased by 50%. Yang Ming's expression suddenly changed. The power of this move was even more powerful. It already made him feel threatened. The power of wind and fire, the Tao of wind and fire. The fist's strength exploded, and the momentum was shocking. It was like a furious dragon roaring, and also like a ferocious tiger coming out of the forest. That punch made Chen Zong's hair stand on end. If his opponent had performed this punch before, he would have been defeated. It was also fortunate that his opponent was so talkative. Being talkative was not an advantage. Seeing that it was effective, Chen Zong attacked again. He still divided his heart domain into two. He still performed heaven-burning earth fire and city-destroyer hurricane one after another, striving to be faster. Yang Ming could also feel that the power of Chen Zong's swordsmanship was increasing. At first, it was a little rusty, but now it was becoming more and more familiar. In his heart, he could not help but feel a little regretful. With this kind of power, if he was not careful, he would be injured. In the beginning, the fusion of heaven-burning earth fire and city-destroyer hurricane was only 10%. Only 10%, but that 10% fusion was 50% more powerful than heaven-burning earth fire and city-destroyer hurricane. Now that the fusion had reached 20%, the power had increased further. A sword attack was already enough to contend with Yang Ming's violent fist aura. Chen Zong's eyes were extremely bright. Light burst out, but deep inside it was crystal clear. At the bottom, there were countless flowing lights. Those flowing lights were red and green. Red like fire, green like wind. The red and green lights intertwined and gave birth to countless spiritual lights. Chen Zong realized that he seemed to have found the right path. The power of speed! Yang Ming roared. Immediately, the combat shoes on his feet lit up with a bronze light. It became more and more intense and quickly spread to cover his legs. His legs became light, and so did his body. But at the same time, he felt that his legs were full of amazing power. In an instant, Yang Ming's speed increased by 50%. He disappeared from Chen Zong's sword and appeared behind Chen Zong in an instant. He punched out. The fist force was highly condensed. The surface of the fist was like a drill that spun crazily, cutting through everything. Chen Zong felt a chill on his back and his hair stood on end. He turned around and slashed out with his sword. When the sword and the fist collided, Chen Zong felt an extremely terrifying force bombarding him. It passed through the sword and hit his body. He retreated continuously. He felt the sword vibrate, his arm tremble, and his chest tighten. A mouthful of blood rushed out and was about to spit it out. Chen Zong forced himself to swallow the blood. If he spit it out, his momentum would drop instantly. It would be even more disadvantageous. With the help of the terrifying power of the punch, Chen Zong flew back. The sword light broke through the air. Heaven-burning earth fire. City-destroying hurricane. You're too slow. In an instant, Yang Ming disappeared from Chen Zong's eyes and from under his sword. His voice reached Chen Zong's ears from the side. He attacked again. Chen Zong was attacked again. Although he reacted quickly to resist the attack, he was still injured. His qi and blood were in turmoil. If Chen Zong had not refined his body and his physique was much stronger than ordinary Saint Realm cultivators, he would not have been able to withstand the attack. Under the cover of the heart domain, Yang Ming's speed suddenly increased by 50%. However, he was still caught by Chen Zong. His speed was so fast that it exceeded Chen Zong's reaction. Silver Light Force. Without hesitation, Chen Zong immediately activated the power of the Silver Light Arm. His right arm became extremely light in an instant, causing the speed of his sword to increase. He only had 3 breaths of time. It was very precious. Chen Zong's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He slashed out with his sword. Heaven-burning earth fire. City-destroying hurricane. Due to the doubling of the sword's speed and Chen Zong's conscious adjustment, the fusion rate of the two moves increased instantly. 30%. With a fusion rate of 30%, the power was even more terrifying. The wind and fire destroyed everything. This sword was not only extremely powerful but also astonishingly fast. Yang Ming could not avoid it like before. He could only burst out with all his strength to resist. However, Chen Zong seized the 3 breaths of time to perform heaven-burning earth fire and city-destroying hurricane again. Kill. Rumble. Wind and fire rushed to the sky. Yang Ming was surrounded by wind and fire and was bombarded crazily. The pair of combat shoes could only last for a limited time. His speed was reduced, making it harder to dodge. Lifeless sword style. Chen Zong's eyes flashed. He seized the last opportunity of the silver light force and slashed out. The sword edge directly tore the sky, leaving a long sword mark that quickly spread out. Yang Ming was trying his best to resist the fusion of heaven-burning earth fire and city-destroying hurricane. It was difficult for him to defend against the lifeless sword style. Yang Ming's face was full of disbelief. He was obviously stronger than his opponent, but in the end, he was the one who was killed. It did not make sense at all. He did not know that if he burst out with his strongest strength at the beginning, he would have a chance to kill Chen Zong. Unfortunately, he talked too much and did not use his full strength at the beginning. The result was that Chen Zong found an opportunity to improve in the battle. His strength increased and he killed Yang Ming. Chen Zong got another chance to die. Now he had 6 chances. Yang Ming, on the other hand, had 1 less chance to die. He turned into a stream of light and quickly fled, leaving behind a pair of combat shoes. These combat shoes naturally belonged to Chen Zong. When he put them on, they immediately fit his feet. They were extremely comfortable. Chen Zong felt that the strength of his feet seemed to have been strengthened and more condensed. Rapid combat shoes. This low-rank secret treasure could activate the rapid power every 2 hours and increase the movement speed by 50% for 5 breaths. Compared to a mid-rank secret treasure, the power of this low-rank secret treasure was limited, but it was still very good. Being able to increase one's movement speed by 50% would undoubtedly make one's movement technique faster. However, it only lasted for 5 breaths, which was a little short. Therefore, it was only suitable for chasing or fighting. If one wanted to use it to escape, it would inevitably be a little unsatisfactory. But no matter what, with this pair of low-grade artifact combat shoes, he would be able to display the power contained in them at a critical moment, which would be of great help to him in battle. But my greatest gain this time should not be the low-rank secret treasure, rapid combat shoes, Chen Zong said to himself. His eyes were extremely bright. What was his greatest gain? It was fusion. It was the fusion of the 2 sword moves, heaven-burning earth fire and city-crushing hurricane. Or to be more thorough, it should be the initial fusion of the Tao of wind and Tao of fire. Of course, this fusion method was still a little rough, but Chen Zong felt that this was the right path. It could truly fuse the 2 moves and increase their power by a lot. If they were completely fused, their power would at least increase by 2 times. But Chen Zong also knew that the difficulty of completely fusing them was extremely high. The initial fusion is a good start, Chen Zong said to himself. His gaze was extremely firm. After looking at the surroundings, Chen Zong's figure flashed. This was not a good place to practice the sword. There was a month's time. It wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. He should seize every opportunity to improve his strength. Only then would he be able to obtain a better result in this competition that was slightly disadvantageous to him. His rank was not important. The most important thing was to obtain one of the 10 positions. Only in this way would he have the hope to compete with even more peerless geniuses and have the hope to enter the supreme holy land of Lingwu. Chapter 15:15. At this time, Lulu had already finished walking the red carpet. She felt like a superstar. Outside the Black Sky Chaos Formation, the Black Sky Army's upper echelons and powerhouses stared at the world within the formation. Mountains, rivers, and vegetation formed a forest. Figures flew and weaved within the formation, fighting fiercely without end. Every peerless genius that had been selected had extraordinary abilities. Whether it was cultivation talent, comprehension, or other aspects, they were all outstanding. Moreover, every one of them had been through hundreds of battles, lingering on the edge of life and death many times. Their will was tenacious, and their means were abundant. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. There was only half a month left until the end. In this half a month, Chen Zong's strength had increased significantly. After experiencing many life and death battles, his potential had been further developed, and his cultivation base had advanced to the late fourth Heaven Saint rudiment stage. His heart sword Tao intent was still at the fourth revolution. His lightning Tao intent had broken through to the fourth revolution. His earth fire Tao intent had broken through to the fifth revolution. His hurricane Tao intent had also broken through to the fifth revolution. It had to be said that Chen Zong had gained a lot in this half a month. Of course, he was able to break through so much because of his superb comprehension ability and the accumulation and consolidation he had accumulated in the past. Accumulation and consolidation might not be effective immediately, but there were only benefits and no disadvantages. In the future, it would play a great role, just like now. Moreover, the fusion of heaven-burning earth fire and hurricane city-crushing hurricane had reached 50%. 50% was the limit Chen Zong could reach now. Chen Zong still had two secret treasures. One was the mid-grade secret treasure, Silver Light Arm, and the other was the low-grade secret treasure, Flash Sky Pearl. As for the low-grade secret treasure, Swift Combat Shoes, Chen Zong had lost it because he had encountered an early 6th Heaven Saint rudiment stage powerhouse. The difference in cultivation base was too great, and it led to the difference in strength. After a short battle, he had been killed. Fortunately, he had only lost a low-grade secret treasure. The mid-grade secret treasure, Silver Light Arm, was still there. That defeat and death had allowed Chen Zong to gain enlightenment. The Earth Fire Tao intent and Hurricane Tao intent had broken through to the fifth revolution, and his strength had increased. By now, Chen Zong had already died 23 times. If he didn't die once, he would have died 24 times. As for the Flash Void Bead, this low-grade artifact, he had obtained it after killing a powerful enemy. The lake had a radius of 100 miles, and the green lake water was rippling endlessly. A ball of golden light was rising and falling in the center of the lake, emitting an incomparably alluring aura. That was the fluctuation of an artifact. Gold. It was the aura fluctuations of a high-grade artifact. There were only 8 high-grade artifacts derived from the Xiantian Primordial Chaos Array. The effects of the mid-grade artifact Silver Light Arm were already so obvious. What about the high-grade artifacts? Chen Zong stared at the golden light in the middle of the lake. His eyes flickered endlessly. His body did not stop at all. He immediately turned into a bolt of lightning and flew out, rapidly approaching the wide lake. The distance from the shore to the center of the lake was only about 50 miles. This distance was nothing to Chen Zong. Close in. They were rapidly closing in. All of a sudden, Chen Zong's eyes sharpened, because there were also people rapidly approaching from the opposite side. The aura of an artifact. Chen Zong also sensed the aura of an artifact. A bronze light filled the air. It was the light and aura fluctuations of a low-grade artifact. Yao Miao was a peerless prodigy of the divine Black Army. Her cultivation had reached the early 5th Heaven Saint realm. Her body was surrounded by a blue aura that fluctuated endlessly. It resonated with the lake water below, as if it was about to become one. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he quickly flew across the water surface, even faster than flying in the air. The aura of a high-grade artifact. Yao Miao's beautiful eyes flashed with excitement. Although her strength was not bad, she was only considered average among the 280 peerless prodigies. However, she wanted to fight for one of the 10 spots. After all, as long as she had the heart to continue cultivating, she would be unable to resist the temptation to continue advancing on the path of cultivation. She wanted to compete with even more peerless prodigies for a spot in the Lingwu Holy Land. The Lingwu Holy Land. It was the #1 holy land in the Lingwu Holy World. Since ancient times, anyone who entered the Lingwu Holy Land would be extremely powerful as long as they did not die prematurely. One should know that the Lingwu Holy Land was also known as the Millennium Holy Land. It meant that it would only open once every 1,000 years. Most of the secret realms opened once every 10 years or even once every 100 years. It was rare for it to open more than 100 years. Only the Lingwu Holy Land would open once every 1,000 years. It was rumored that some of the higher-ups of the Black Heaven Army and the Jinyuan Guards had entered the Lingwu Holy Land. Since ancient times, some eminent Saint Realm powerhouses had also entered the Lingwu Holy Land. After coming out of the Lingwu Holy Land, as long as they did not die prematurely, they could at least become a half-step eminent saint. Moreover, they could be ranked among the top half-step eminent saints. However, with her current strength, Yao Miao knew very well that it would be extremely difficult to obtain a spot in the Lingwu Holy Land. However, if she could obtain a high-grade artifact, she might be qualified to fight for one of the 10 spots. A high-grade artifact. She had to get it. Moreover, she could feel that another person was approaching. He had a low-grade artifact and a high-grade artifact. Yao Miao and Chun Zong approached the high-grade artifact at the same time. They could vaguely see a golden light floating in the water. Someone from the murder division. Yao Miao's beautiful eyes were like water ripples. Her gaze was like water vapor surging. Chun Zong also recognized the armor on the other party. It was the armor of the Divine Xian Army. Although they were both from the Divine Xian Army, they belonged to the War Division and the Murder Division. Moreover, even if they belonged to the same military division, they would not hold back. Kill. At the same time, Yao Miao and Chun Zong attacked. Yao Miao waved her hand. Suddenly, a blue aura filled the air and condensed the water of the lake. In an instant, it turned into a violent wave. It surged and rolled up with a loud bang and smashed towards Chun Zong. Yao Miao's top-grade saint-grade cultivation method was of the water element. In a place like the lake, she could display an even more shocking power. However, Chun Zong did not. He had not comprehended the Tao of water, and the cultivation method he cultivated was not of the water element. Instead, he cultivated the neutral and peaceful De Xian art. In this aspect, he did not have an advantage. On the lake, the might of the Tao of fire could not be fully displayed. However, Chun Zong was not afraid. With a sword in hand, he was invincible. With a slash of his sword, the sword light was dazzling and blazing as it tore through the air. In an instant, the waves under Yao Miao's control turned into water spears. They pierced through the sky and shot towards Chun Zong with an extremely shocking power. At the same time, under Yao Miao's control, a hand condensed from water quietly reached out from the bottom of the lake and grabbed at the ball of golden light. However, under the envelopment of Chun Zong's heart domain, this scene could not be hidden. Chun Zong raised and lowered his foot as if he was trampling on everything. Amidst the rumbling sound, an extremely terrifying power was transmitted through the water and directly hit the hand, shattering it. Citadel Crusher. The origin energy of wind condensed and slashed out, transforming into a violent hurricane that shattered everything and seemed as if it wanted to turn everything into powder. The terrifying blade hurricane swept out, causing the heavens and the earth to rumble as a large amount of lake water was swept up along with it. It was like a waterspout that connected the heavens and the earth, and it was extremely terrifying and possessed shocking might. It simply wanted to annihilate everything in the heavens and the earth. Chen Zong and Yao Miao were both shocked. Chen Zong had never imagined that this strike would develop to such a degree and be so formidable. Unfortunately, if he had comprehended and grasped the Tao of water and cultivated the water martial technique, he would be able to allow the might of this sword strike to increase explosively. However, his time and energy were limited. Comprehending the Tao of water wasn't an easy thing, and he could only think about it for now. The Citadel Crusher's might was peerlessly formidable and terrifying to the extreme. The waterspout connected the heavens and the earth with a powerful imposing aura that shook the heavens and the earth. A bright light flashed within the depths of Chen Zong's eyes, and he immediately utilized the strength of the low-grade secret treasure, Skyflash Pearl. The Skyflash Pearl's only use was to flash within an area of 1,000 meters. However, it could only be used once every 2 hours. Utilizing the Skyflash Pearl's strength, Chen Zong instantly flickered and appeared beside the golden light. His movements were incomparably swift, and he immediately grabbed the ball of golden light. Bang! Like the wrath of the water god, Yao Miao erupted with her full strength, and it was as if she had mobilized the power of the entire lake. She released an extremely terrifying power, and it made Chen Zong feel as if he was fighting against the entire lake. Chen Zong was extremely shocked in his heart. This feeling was too shocking. Not wanting to continue fighting, Chen Zong swung his sword without hesitation, and an astonishing power erupted from his sword. He continuously executed the lifeless sword, and a crack was opened in the monstrous waves. Lightning flashed and dust disappeared. His figure flashed, and he transformed into a bolt of lightning. However, he was caught in the heavy impact of the wave. A terrifying pressure continuously pressed down from all directions, and it was as if it wanted to crush Chen Zong's body. Swinging the sword, swinging the sword, swinging the sword. With the sword in his hand, he broke through layers upon layers of obstacles, and all obstacles would be shattered under the sharpness of the sword. With a boom, Chen Zong finally broke out of the encirclement of the waves, and flew towards the lakeside. Fighting in the middle of the lake was disadvantageous for him, but advantageous for his opponent. "Don't even think about escaping," Yao Miao shouted coldly. She waved both of her arms, and immediately brought up layers upon layers of terrifying waves, as if the entire lake was furious, venting its anger. Countless waves surged violently, and countless streams of water rapidly rose from the bottom to the sky. They continuously gathered together, and formed a huge water giant that was at least 100 meters tall. Countless water ripples surged on the water giant's body, and the water flowed back and forth like waves. Roar! The water giant let out a furious roar, which represented Yao Miao's anger. It suddenly waved its huge arms, and thousands of water spears shot out. Its power was extremely shocking, and it was extremely terrifying. Heaven-burning earth fire, city-destroying hurricane. Chen Zong immediately performed the fusion of the two unique skills. Even though they were at the lakeside, where the water yuan qi was rich, and the fire yuan qi was insufficient, the fusion of the two skills had reached 50%, and its power had increased by a lot. With a strike of the sword, a terrifying tornado of wind and fire, which could destroy everything, directly bombarded the water giant's body, and caused an extremely violent collision. Endless water vapor surged, and turned into white smoke that soared into the sky, covering the sky and the earth. Chapter 15-16. Water mist filled the air, covering the sky and the earth. Rumbling sounds reverberated in all directions, shaking the heaven and earth. Layers of violent ripples surged, expanding, extending, and crushing everything in their path. Chen Zong extended his divine sense in all directions. His heart domain covered a radius of 400 meters, sensing everything. When the mist dissipated, the water giant collapsed with a loud bang. Although it had the geographical advantage of the lake, it was still hard for it to withstand the combined attack of the heaven-burning earth fire and city-crushing hurricane. Even if it was replenished in time, it still couldn't reverse the situation. All it could do was buy some time. The remnants of the wind and fire wreaked havoc on the crumbling water giant. Yao Miao's figure could be vaguely seen inside the water giant's body. Yao Miao's expression was solemn. She was trying her best to circulate her cultivation technique to stop the crumbling water giant. However, Chen Zong's attack was too powerful. The remnant power continued to invade her body. She couldn't withstand it for the time being, and could only delay it. Chen Zong's eyes flickered as he drew his sword once again. Heaven-burning earth fire. City-crushing hurricane. Once again, the two moves merged to 50%. The terrifying power once again bombarded the crumbling water giant. In an instant, all of Yao Miao's resistance was broken. The water giant crumbled, and Yao Miao was killed. After Yao Miao died, she turned into a stream of light and flew away. Her only low-grade artifact fell into the water. Chen Zong's figure flickered as he caught the low-grade artifact. It was a bronze bracelet covered with mysterious patterns. The Yuan Gathering Ring was a low-grade artifact. It could increase the speed of absorbing and condensing heaven and earth Yuan Qi by 10%. Chen Zong immediately put on the bronze bracelet on his left wrist. He immediately felt that the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth around him seemed to have become more lively and active, actively circulating his cultivation method. Immediately, the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth from all directions gathered at an even faster speed and was absorbed by him. 10%. The speed of absorption and condensation increased by almost 10%. From the looks of it, the artifact didn't only provide a short-term boost, it could provide a permanent boost. However, the percentage of the permanent boost was relatively low. The low-grade Yuan Gathering Ring wasn't anything special. What was important was the high-grade artifact. The mysterious high-grade artifact wrapped in golden light appeared in front of Chen Zong. A round bead. It was a round pearl that was almost transparent but had countless clouds and mist surging within it as if it contained a sea of clouds. It was about the size of an infant's fist, and it emanated an indescribably marvelous fluctuation. This kind of fluctuation made Chen Zong feel very comfortable. Yuan Burst Heavenly Bead. A high-grade artifact could be fused into one's body to activate the Heaven Pearl's Yuan Burst power, which could increase one's cultivation by one level. It could also be deactivated at will, and the Heaven Pearl would automatically absorb Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi to replenish its energy. The information from the Primordial Burst Heavenly Pearl was very direct, but Chen Zong did not know how long the power within the Primordial Burst Heavenly Pearl could last. In an instant, Chen Zong integrated the exploding Yuan Heavenly Pearl into his body and activated it with his mind. In an instant, a powerful and extremely pure energy surged out from the exploding Yuan Heavenly Pearl and merged into his own saint energy. Chen Zong felt that his cultivation base seemed to have broken through some kind of shackle and limit as it was forcefully raised. Late Fourth Heaven Saint Realm. Peak of the Fourth Heaven Saint Realm. The Peak of the Fourth Heaven Saint Realm. Early Fifth Heaven Saint Realm. Intermediate Fifth Heaven Saint Realm. Late Fifth Heaven Saint Realm. In the end, his cultivation base stabilized at the late Fifth Heaven Saint Realm. With his cultivation base rising by one level, the increase in his strength was very obvious. Chen Zong felt as though his body was about to explode as a terrifying power surged through his body. This was a power that surpassed his original limits. Fortunately, Chen Zong's cultivation base was very high, and his divine sense was powerful. His control over his own strength was also very precise. Therefore, he was able to quickly familiarize himself with this kind of surge in strength. Chen Zong stood motionless. In just 3 short breaths, the feeling of his body on the verge of exploding disappeared. It was as though his cultivation base had really risen to the late fifth heaven saint realm. Chen Zong could also clearly feel that the clouds in the primordial burst heavenly pearl were slowly decreasing. The rate of decrease was not fast, but it was not slow either. If the clouds in the primordial burst heavenly pearl were considered the heaven pearl's yuan burst power, then according to the current rate of consumption, Chen Zong felt that it would not be less than an hour. However, with a thought, Chen Zong immediately slashed out with his sword. The energy in his body surged, and the sword light pierced through the sky like a crescent moon tearing the earth apart. The power of this sword attack had increased exponentially with his cultivation base at the late fifth heaven saint realm. However, Chen Zong could also feel that the energy in the primordial burst heavenly pearl was being consumed more rapidly. Chen Zong estimated that if he fought with all his strength, the primordial burst heavenly pearl's energy would not be able to last for half a quarter of an hour. It might even be shorter. Immediately, he shut down the energy in the primordial burst heavenly pearl. In an instant, his powerful aura fell rapidly, and he fell back to the late fourth heaven saint realm. The feeling of suddenly gaining strength and then losing it made Chen Zong feel a little uncomfortable. However, Chen Zong was also very clear that this was not his true strength. It was just a temporary boost. After quickly adjusting to it, Chen Zong also felt the origin energy of heaven and earth gathering from all directions. It seeped into his body and flowed into the primordial burst heavenly pearl. The clouds in the primordial burst heavenly pearl also became denser and gradually recovered. However, the speed of recovery was a little slow. In any case, the primordial burst heavenly pearl was a high-grade artifact that could increase his cultivation by one heavenly layer in a short period of time. His cultivation would not be inferior to most people. Only a few people's cultivation would surpass his. However, with his mastery of the fifth heaven saint rudiment stage cultivation base, Chen Zong was confident he could even fight a sixth heaven saint rudiment stage cultivator head-on. It was only now that he had the ability to fight for the top 10 spots. Otherwise, his cultivation would be his shortcoming, and it would limit his strength. With great strength came great confidence. Chen Zong immediately used his movement technique and flew away. Now that he had 2 low-grade artifacts, 1 mid-grade artifact, and 1 high-grade artifact, it could be said that he was extremely powerful. The aura of a high-grade artifact would spread to a radius of 500 miles. It was easy for others to sense it. 500 miles was not a small area. Soon, someone sensed the aura fluctuation and approached rapidly. Xia Mingjie was the #1 prodigy in the heavenly profound army. His cultivation was at the early 6th heaven saint realm, and his strength was terrifying. He could be said to be one of the top few among the 280 prodigies. The early 6th heaven saint realm was the highest cultivation among the 280 prodigies. This aura. It's a high-grade artifact. Xia Mingjie grinned as his cultivation base transformed into a terrifying aura. With a leap, he soared high into the sky and disappeared from the world. Chen Zong paused and looked up at the sky. His eyes were solemn. With his powerful senses, Chen Zong could feel danger approaching rapidly. The danger was so strong that it could threaten his life. Soon, a small black dot appeared in the sky. It was rapidly enlarging and falling. Gradually, Chen Zong could see a fiery red color. It was like a meteorite falling from the sky at an extremely fast speed, bringing about extremely terrifying destruction. It was very strong. The aura emitted by the figure within the crazily burning flames was extremely tyrannical and shocking, causing Chen Zong to feel terrified. Moreover, the terrifying aura had locked onto him, as if it wanted to destroy him. A gaze pierced through the burning flames and stared at Chen Zong. The murderous intent in the gaze was unparalleled. It was as if the gaze wanted to pierce through him and burn him to ashes. This gaze increased the pressure on Chen Zong. Vaguely, Chen Zong seemed to hear a terrifying voice pass through the void. Die! In an instant, an extremely terrifying force turned into raging flames and separated from the large mass of raging flames, bombarding down from the sky. It was earth-shattering. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zong did not hesitate to activate the power of the exploding Yuan Heavenly Pearl. After absorbing the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth for nearly a day, the exploding Yuan Heavenly Pearl was filled with clouds and mist. Its power had reached its peak. In the face of such a strong opponent, if he did not use it now, when would he? A tyrannical, vigorous, majestic, and extremely pure energy surged out from the exploding Yuan Heavenly Pearl in an instant. It was like a torrent that had burst a dam, surging and surging in a mighty manner without end. Charge! Sweet! Diffuse! A tyrannical aura spread out and shook the surroundings. Late Fifth Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage. The gap between the late Fifth Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage and the early Sixth Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage was much smaller than the gap between the late Fourth Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage and the early Sixth Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage. Chen Zong's heart domain covered a radius of 400 meters. In an instant, Chen Zong mobilized the origin qi in the air and condensed it into countless cyclones that revolved around the sword, spinning unceasingly. Hurricane City Crusher. Chen Zong struck out with all his strength. The sword light turned into a violent storm of sword blades. It turned into a destructive hurricane that roared in the sky. It slashed upward, destroying everything in its path. A hint of surprise appeared on Xia Mingjia's face. With his sharp senses, he could sense that his opponent's cultivation had risen by a large realm in an instant. His strength had also increased tremendously. The power of that sword strike was so tyrannical that it made him feel threatened. It was as though it could kill him. However, this strike alone was not enough to deal with him. Boom! The huge flame that fell from the sky collided with the hurricane. Instantly, an incomparably shocking aura burst out and wreaked havoc in all directions, shattering everything in its path. Xia Mingjie immediately penetrated the hurricane and flame layer and fell at an even faster speed. His aura was even more terrifying. Kill! An incomparably shocking battle cry reverberated throughout heaven and earth. A long flaming spear condensed in his hand. Raging flames burned fiercely as it descended with an extremely destructive aura. It wanted to destroy Chen Zong's faith and fighting spirit. The earth-shattering attack caused Chen Zong's expression to change drastically. He felt as though his entire body was about to be destroyed by this attack. Heaven-burning earth fire. Hurricane City Crusher. The two moves were executed one after the other. The combined power was extremely terrifying. It turned into a flaming hurricane that swept across heaven and earth. Everything in the world would be destroyed by this terrifying flaming hurricane, turning into ruins and nothingness. Chapter 1518. Lu's unscrupulous editor actually wants me to explode. I've worked my heart out, I'm a serf that's being bullied by the landlord. The sky was vast and mighty, and it covered everything as blazing flames burned fiercely, burning everything into ashes. Xia Mingjie's expression changed greatly as he was greatly shocked. How could the might of this strike be so formidable? It was simply terrifying beyond compare, and it caused him to clearly feel the assault of death. His eyes instantly stared wide open, and his pupils seemed to have instantly turned crimson red, as if there were blazing flames that wanted to burn the heavens and the earth. Descent of the heavenly flames. A low shout abruptly sounded out from Xia Mingjie's mouth. It was weak at the beginning, yet it became vast and mighty as it shook the heavens and the earth, and it was peerlessly grand, vigorous, and domineering. The blazing flames on the spear burned fiercely as if it wanted to burn everything into ashes, and the space around the spear became warped as if it had been burned through and transformed into a vacuum. Bang! The spear struck down from the sky with extremely terrifying might, and it transformed into a crimson red, incomparably dazzling and majestic red light that instantly tore through space and descended, bringing along destruction and slaughter. Chen Zong was horrified. Even though the blazing flames and high temperature hadn't completely descended and were still far away, it had already caused him to have the feeling of being completely burned into ashes. The Tao insight that Xia Mingjie primarily cultivated was the high-grade Heavenly Flames Tao insight, and its might was much more formidable than the Earthly Flames Tao insight. Moreover, he'd immersed himself in the Heavenly Flames Tao insight for many years and was incomparably profound, so he was able to fully bring out the potential of the Heavenly Flames Tao insight. The collision between the sky and the ground. The collision between the sky and the earth. The collision between the flaming tornado and the descending heavenly flames. In only an instant, an area of a few tens of thousands of meters was covered by boundless flames, and it burned wantonly and madly, as if there was nothing in the world that couldn't be burned. Numerous flames ceaselessly struck down, and it was like a meteor shower that destroyed the world as it struck down onto the earth. Rumbling sounds ceaselessly resounded out as Chen Zong ceaselessly swung his sword to shatter numerous meteors that fell from the sky. Dong! The earth shook endlessly as Xia Mingjie fell to the ground. The ground beneath his feet shattered and countless cracks appeared, and the cracks swiftly spread out like lightning. Burn! 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 Xia Mingjie's entire body was burning with an incomparably blazing flame. The flame was crimson, but gradually, it seemed to be dyed with a trace of white. The surrounding temperature rapidly increased as the color changed bit by bit. As a result, the air around Xia Mingjie was completely burned and became distorted. It looked as if Xia Mingjie was in another time and space. This was a phenomenon caused by the high temperature of the flames. Chen Zong's expression was grave as he stared at the ball of distorted vacuum raging fire hundreds of meters away. Heavenly fire. Not only did Xia Mingjie grasp the heavenly fire Tao insight, he even possessed a type of unique flame of the heavens. The power of the heavenly flame was often very terrifying, especially Xia Mingjie's heavenly flame, which had been cultivated for a long time, was already extraordinary. On the other hand, Xia Mingjie's heavenly flame Tao insight was actually comprehended from the heavenly flame that he possessed, and it was extremely compatible with the heavenly flame. When executed together, its might would increase explosively by a great deal. The energy within the primordial burst heavenly pearl was constantly depleting. Chen Zong knew that he had to deal with his opponent as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the energy within the primordial burst heavenly pearl was depleted, it would be very disadvantageous for him. However, his opponent's strength was very strong. Lightning flash. In an instant, Chen Zong turned into a bolt of lightning and approached Xia Mingjie, his sword piercing through the air. Extreme heart sword style. Fast. An extremely fast sword light with incomparably condensed power, the sword light was extremely dazzling and eye-catching. It was as if the sword light was the only thing that was eternal. Xia Mingjie narrowed his eyes slightly, his pupils reflecting the extreme sword light. A cold smile hung on the corner of his mouth. With a shake of his long spear, a raging fire burst out, forming a terrifying power. It turned into a large ball of rotating flames, crazily blasting forward. No matter how fast you are, no matter how many changes you have, I will only use my strongest power to break through everything. Celestial Crystal Overlord Body. In an instant, Chen Zong displayed the 8th grade secret realm that had reached perfection, increasing his strength and greatly increasing the power of the extreme heart sword style. It pierced through the flames and collided with the tip of the spear. A terrifying power instantly exploded, impacted, and annihilated everything. Chen Zong only felt that the power was too strong to the extreme. It was as if it wanted to destroy him through the sword. It was unbearable. Retreat. The sword vibrated, dispersing all the impact power. Xia Mingjie shook his long spear, dispersing the power as well. Then, he pierced through the air again. The tip of the spear was burning with blazing flames. The flames burned the sky and suddenly exploded, covering the sky and covering the earth. It was about to swallow Chunzong. The sword light was dazzling and red spread out. It was like a blooming firework, blocking Xia Mingjie's long spear. Xia Mingjie displayed a powerful and mysterious spear technique. Every strike was fatal. It pierced through the air, trying to pierce through and kill Chunzong. However, Chunzong blocked all his attacks. Even though Xia Mingjie's cultivation was higher than Chunzong's, in this kind of close combat, Chunzong had the upper hand. Chunzong's swordsmanship was already superb. After countless life and death experiences, he kept improving. With the help of the heart domain, he was even more brilliant. Suppress. Xia Mingjie discovered that he was actually being suppressed in close combat and was gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. Sky Fire Spear. Xia Mingjie shouted again. The Heavenly Fire Spear was a set of powerful spear techniques that Xia Mingjie had created by combining his own incomparably vigorous accumulation and countless life and death battles. This spear technique was extremely terrifying when combined with the heavenly fire that he possessed. As soon as the Sky Fire Spear was displayed, flaming spear radiance broke through the air. Chunzong's face changed greatly, as if he was about to be smashed into pieces. Strong. Very strong. Under the Sky Fire Spear, Chunzong displayed all his swordsmanship to barely resist it. Chance. Chunzong was waiting for the best chance. It was the only chance to kill his opponent. If it still failed, he would be killed this time. Not only would he have one less chance of dying, but he would also drop a secret treasure. The drop of a secret treasure after death was random. It could drop a low-grade secret treasure, a mid-grade secret treasure, or even a high-grade secret treasure. If he was unlucky, then all his secret treasures would be dropped upon death. The loss would be disastrous, and he would be eliminated from the top 10. In this battle, he could only win, not lose. Chunzong displayed all kinds of swordsmanship to resist Xia Mingjie's Sky Fire Spear. He felt the power of the exploding Yuan Heavenly Pearl flowing away. After a fierce battle, the exploding Yuan Heavenly Pearl's power had been depleted by more than half. Although it kept recovering, the recovery speed could not keep up with the speed of consumption. Xia Mingjie shot out his spear. Sky fire raged like a fire dragon destroying the world. The blazing fire dragon was 100 meters long. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, destroying everything in its path. It instantly swallowed Chunzong's body. There seemed to be a flash of light within the fire dragon, causing Xia Mingjie to squint his eyes. Suddenly, a figure flickered and appeared behind Xia Mingjie. Flash Void Pearl. Even though it was a low-grade secret treasure, the Flash Void Pearl's ability was to appear within 1,000 meters in an instant. Its speed was extremely fast, completely unexpected, and impossible to guard against. Silver Light Arm. Silver light force surged out and covered his right arm. He drew his sword. Extreme Heart Sword Style. His late Fifth Heaven Saint Realm cultivation provided Chunzong with sufficient strength. In addition to the Celestial Crystal Tyrant body, it was enough to break through his opponent's defense. The power of the silver light could double Chunzong's sword speed for 3 breaths of time. The Extreme Heart Sword Style's sword speed was already extremely fast. When it was doubled, its speed could only be described as terrifying. Terrifying. Incomparably terrifying. The extremely condensed sword light was so fast that Xia Mingjie could not react in time. Before he could react, the sword had already hit him. The first sword broke through Xia Mingjie's first layer of defense. The second sword broke through Xia Mingjie's second layer of defense. The third sword broke through Xia Mingjie's third layer of defense. In a short span of 3 breaths, Chunzong unleashed his full power. Every sword strike was the Extreme Heart Sword Style. Every sword strike contained his full power. Not only did each sword strike possess astonishing speed, but it also possessed a terrifying penetrative power. Xiamingjia's defenses were all broken. By the time he reacted, he had already been hit. Fortunately, he had experienced hundreds of battles and countless life and death battles. Only then could he react accurately. As he dodged, he brandished his long spear and attacked. However, Chenzong was too fast. He was so fast that Xiamingjie could not react in time. In the short span of 3 breaths, Chenzong unleashed his full strength without caring about the burden on his body. He executed the extreme heart sword style 15 times. It broke through all of Xiamingjie's defenses and penetrated his body, causing obvious damage. The last sword. Lifeless sword style. Taking advantage of the last breath, Chenzong's sword carried an extremely terrifying killing intent. The extreme heart sword style focused on stabbing. Even if it pierced through the opponent, as long as it did not hit the most vital part, it would be difficult to kill. However, the lifeless sword style was different. It was a slash. Even if the slash did not hit the vital part, if the slash split the opponent in half, there was no need to hit the vital part. It would kill the opponent directly. This sword made Xiamingjie's hair stand on end. He was extremely horrified. He had been hit several times. Although he did not die, the terrifying sword qi was wreaking havoc in his body. He had to divert part of his strength to resist, suppress, and expel it. Moreover, the injury also affected the performance of his strength. His strength had been further reduced. Although the speed of this sword was not as fast as before, it was still very terrifying. Its power was even more shocking. The killing intent was overflowing and extremely intense. With a shake of his long spear, Chenzong suddenly thrust it out. Both of them perished together. Slash. Xiamingjie's neck was instantly cut off. His whole body was shining. However, the spear also pierced through Chenzong's heavy defenses. The tip of the spear even pierced into Chenzong's shoulder. Blazing flames were burning. A terrifying burning force quickly entered Chenzong's body through the wound. It seemed that it was going to burn Chenzong's body. Fortunately, Chenzong's sword was fast enough to kill Xiamingjie in time. Otherwise, this spear might have killed him too. Xiamingjie turned into a stream of light and fled far away. However, he did not leave behind any secret treasures. Because Xiamingjie was not very lucky, he did not obtain any secret treasures. Chenzong breathed a sigh of relief and closed the exploding Yuan Heavenly Pearl. In this battle, the exploding Yuan Heavenly Pearl's power was completely consumed and was slowly recovering. The burning force that invaded his body also needed to be dealt with to prevent it from causing continuous damage. The wound on his shoulder also needed to be treated and healed so that it would not affect his upcoming battle. Chapter 15-19. On the 28th day, there were only 2 days left until the end of the competition. There were more people outside the Xiantian primordial chaos formation. There were not many of them, just a little over 200. These 200 or so people were the peerless prodigies who had participated in the competition in the Xiantian primordial chaos formation. They had been killed many times and were eliminated after exhausting their number of death. Since they were eliminated, they naturally could not continue to stay in the Xiantian primordial chaos formation and had no chance to compete with the other peerless prodigies. Inside the Xiantian primordial chaos formation, there was a dense forest with towering trees. Each tree was extremely huge and stood tall on the ground. They were so thick that it would take several people to wrap their arms around them. However, at this moment, a large number of trees had collapsed and shattered, and the ground was covered with countless cracks and holes. It was a shocking sight. A figure stood in the middle of it, and his body was emitting an extremely shocking aura fluctuation. He was like a divine sword that pointed straight to the sky. Chenzong. After a fierce battle, Chenzong had once again exhausted all the power of the exploding Yuan Heavenly Pearl. He had exhausted all his means and finally killed his opponent. He was also almost exhausted. Now, the number of deaths had accumulated to 43. However, it should be 45. Chunzong had died twice. The first time he died, he dropped the low-tier secret treasure, the swift combat shoes. The second time he died, he was not so lucky. He dropped the mid-tier secret treasure, the silver light arm. However, Chunzong was lucky enough to obtain the second high-tier secret treasure. That high-tier secret treasure was a permanent enhancement secret treasure that could permanently double one's speed. This doubled speed not only increased the speed of the sword, but also the speed of the movement technique. Its effect was much better than the silver light arm. It's almost over. Chunzong looked at the sky and tried his best to adjust his breathing and his essence, energy, and spirit. He quickly absorbed the yuan qi of heaven and earth from all directions to constantly replenish the energy he had consumed. He also replenished the energy consumed by the exploding yuan heavenly pearl. Outside the Xiantian primordial chaos formation, many people were guessing which 10 would obtain the final spot. They had basically come to a conclusion. After nearly a month of life and death battles, they were all in high-intensity battles and were extremely nervous. The 29th day. On this day, Chunzong fought 3 battles. He won 2 of them but lost the last one. His opponent was too strong. He had 3 high-grade artifacts, and his cultivation base was at the early 6th Heaven Saint rudiment stage. After losing the battle, Chunzong lost his low-level secret treasure, the Energy Gathering Pearl. Although the effect of the Elemental Gathering Pearl was not bad, it was actually quite ordinary and did not help Chunzong significantly. Therefore, losing the Elemental Gathering Pearl did not affect his strength at all. As for those who obtained the Elemental Gathering Pearl, their strength did not increase by much. Day 30. Everyone knew that this was the last day. Thus, the battles on this day became even more intense. Apart from themselves, no one knew how many times others had died. They were all trying their best to kill others and gain more death. If you don't go crazy, you won't survive. This time, Chunzong's luck seemed to be worse. He died once again. Moreover, he lost his high-grade artifact, the Energy Burst Heavenly Pearl. Losing the Energy Burst Heavenly Pearl also caused Chunzong to lose the qualification to compete with the top few people. This made Chunzong's heart sink. He did not know if he would be able to obtain a spot in the end. However, no matter the result, he had to fight with all his might. He had to give up on all his worries. Only then would he have any hope of obtaining a spot. Time was up. The battle had finally ended. Everyone, no matter what they were doing, was suppressed by a force. They could not move at all, but their minds were still clear. A majestic voice rang out, resounding through the entire formation. Even the people outside the formation could hear it. 280 people. After 30 days of fighting, there are only 15 people left. Everyone became nervous. 15 people. However, there were only 10 spots. This meant that 5 out of the 15 people would be eliminated. The number of deaths. It was based on the number of deaths an individual had. Chunzong was slightly nervous. He did not know if he would be able to obtain a spot in the top 10 with the number of deaths he had. Wei Chongtian, 63 death. Xia Mingjie, 61 death. Shiyuliu, 60 death. Qiaoyu, 60 death. Zi Tianluo, 59 death. Wu Shire, 58 death. Luo Kongzi, 56 death. Xiong Lei, 55 death. Jing Xiao had died 55 times. Thus, 9 names had been read out. Chunzong's heart sank. According to this situation, he did not seem to have any hope of obtaining a spot in the top 10. However, there was still a glimmer of hope. After all, he had died more than 50 times. Soon after, the vast and mighty voice announced the 10th name. Wu Zhongyuan, 53 death. Chunzong fell silent. He had died 52 times. There was only one difference. For a moment, no matter how strong Chunzong's will was, he could not help but feel empty. Then, Chen Zong exhaled heavily. He was relieved. He had done his best in this competition. Other than the Azura doppelganger, he had used everything he had. In the end, he still fell short. There was nothing he could do. However, overall, he had gained a lot. Even though those secret treasures belonged to this formation and were condensed from the power of the formation, so they couldn't be taken out, but their cultivation, martial techniques, and Tao insights had improved greatly. It was a pity that he could not continue to compete with the other peerless geniuses to train himself. More importantly, he was not fated to enter the Lingwu sacred land. Zi Tianluo was the only one in the entire Divine Black Army who had obtained a spot. After all, Zi Tianluo's cultivation base was at the peak of the 5th level Saint Realm. Moreover, Xiong Lei was the peerless genius of the Divine Black Army. Out of the 10 spots, the Divine Black Army had 2 while the other 8 armies had 1 each. As for Su Mubai and Chu Zhongyang, although they were peerless geniuses, their cultivation base was not enough. Their 4th level Saint Realm cultivation base was their shortcoming. Therefore, they were not fated to enter the 10 spots. The competition had ended and the dust had settled. Now, all that was left was for the peerless geniuses like Zhen Yuanwei to represent the Mystic Dynasty and compete with the peerless geniuses from the Black Absolute Palace and Dustless Hall for a spot. Chen Zong returned to the blood-soaring branch of the Divine Black Army. What a pity! The Flame Demon sighed. I'll go into seclusion first. I've gained a lot from this battle. Chen Zong smiled. He was relieved. Chen Zong entered seclusion. The competition no longer had anything to do with him. However, he could still continue to improve himself. Heart Sword Tao Intent, 4th Revolution. Earth Fire Tao Intent, 5th Revolution. Hurricane Tao Intent, 5th Revolution. Lightning Tao Intent, 4th Revolution. His cultivation base was at the late stage 4th Heaven Saint Realm. 21st level of the Grand Mystic Formula. Chen Zong even had a feeling that if he was able to completely fuse the Heaven Blaze, Earthly Flames and Citadel Ravaging, then perhaps he would be able to truly fuse the Earthly Flames Tao Insight with the Hurricane Tao Insight and become a true fused Tao Insight, and not the shallow and rough fusion that stopped at the surface when it was a half-step Tao Insight. At that time, even if his cultivation base did not improve, his strength would skyrocket. However, Chen Zong was also very clear about how difficult it was to fully integrate the heaven-burning earth fire and the city-wrecking hurricane Tao Intent. Even so, Chen Zong would not cower in the slightest. He pressed forward courageously like the edge of a sword. Time passed by slowly. The potential that had been stimulated during the month of competition gradually transformed into strength. In the cultivation room, his heart domain covered an area of 500 meters. That's right, 500 meters. During this competition, Chen Zong had continuously used his heart domain to improve. The origin energy of fire and origin energy of wind, within the 500-meter radius of his heart domain, were instantly condensed by Chen Zong. The blazing origin energy of fire burned like a raging inferno, while the violent origin energy of wind swept out endlessly. Heaven-burning earth fire. City-wrecking hurricane Tao Intent. The 2 swords were executed at practically the same time. They transformed into an extremely terrifying flaming tornado that swept out with a loud rumble. It destroyed everything in its path. Rumble. The entire cultivation room trembled, as if it was about to shatter. 60%. After more than 10 days of seclusion, Chen Zong had further improved the fusion of the 2 moves to 60%. The might of a 60% fusion had increased by more than 30% compared to a 50% fusion. On the other hand, the Great Profundity art had also improved to the 22nd level. His saint energy had become even more powerful. All in all, compared to the battle in the Xiantian Chaos Formation more than 10 days ago, his strength had improved by quite a bit. If he had such strength back then, he might have been able to get one of the 10 places. With this thought in mind, Chen Zongwei smiled. He didn't think too much about it, because it had already happened and it was in the past. It was meaningless to think about it and make assumptions. It would only disturb his mind and interfere with his cultivation. What surprised Chen Zong was that he had been summoned by the Killer Master less than a day after he came out of seclusion. Chen Zong was very puzzled, but he still went forward. "Greetings, Killer Master." Chen Zong bowed out of respect for the strong. This time, Chen Zong also realized that no one else had been summoned except for him. The Killer Master did not speak. He stared at Chen Zong through the mask, giving Chen Zong a lot of pressure. After a few breaths, Chen Zong was still calm when the Killer Master spoke. "I've summoned you here to give you a choice." The Killer Master's voice overlapped. It was still so mysterious that it was difficult to distinguish whether it was a man or a woman. One of the 10 places, Luo Kongzi, put himself in a desperate situation to make a breakthrough. However, he encountered an accident and was besieged by the void demons and died in battle. Chen Zong was stunned when he heard this. Then, a thought occurred to him. Luo Kongzi's death meant that one of the 10 places was missing. So, the Killer Master summoned him this time because of one of the empty places? "It seems that you've guessed it." The Killer Master spoke again. "There's a vacancy, and one of the other 5 will be chosen to fill it." The other 5 referred to the 15 people who had stayed in the Xiantian Chaos Formation that day. They had not been eliminated but had not been selected because they had died fewer times than the other 10. Now, these 5 people had been given a chance. "Your choice is to compete with the other 4 for a place again?" the Killer Master asked directly. "Yes." Chen Zong's answer was very simple and direct. Chapter 15-20. In the room, Chen Zong took a deep breath to calm himself down. He did not expect that there would be such a big reversal in the fact that the dust had settled. Luo Kongzi, one of the 10 candidates, had died. He had chosen to go out to find the demons of the void and fight for survival. He had strived to make a breakthrough in the desperate situation and increase his strength. Chen Zong understood his actions very well. As the saying goes, if you don't go crazy, you won't survive. Luo Kongzi must have felt that he was not strong enough. If he could get a spot this time, then he might be eliminated in the next competition. Therefore, he took the risk. But he did not expect that he would be so unlucky as to be surrounded by powerful demons of the void. After a fierce battle, although he had killed many demons of the void, he still died in the end. This also sounded the alarm bell for Chen Zong. He had to be vigilant. Making a breakthrough was important, but so was preserving one's life. Otherwise, one's life would be in vain. The competition between the 5 candidates was set for 3 days later. There were 3 days left. Chen Zong took out an elixir. This medicinal pill was completely golden in color, and its surface was covered with veined patterns. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the veined patterns seemed to be lifelike true dragons that controlled the 9 heavens and 4 seas. With another spin, one would discover that the veined patterns seemed to have transformed into ferocious tigers that occupied the mountain forests. 9 Revolution Dragon Tiger Gold Elixir. This elixir did not belong to the Shenxian army, nor did it belong to the Xiantian army. It was the Killer Master's own elixir. The effect of the 9 Revolution Dragon Tiger Gold Elixir was not to directly increase one's cultivation, but to stimulate one's potential. For those with great potential, this elixir was a divine elixir. For those with shallow or insufficient potential, this elixir was equivalent to useless. The 9 Revolution Dragon Tiger Gold Elixir was obtained by the Killer Master in his early years. There was only one left, and it was a treasure. This time, he gave it to Chen Zong because he saw that Chen Zong's potential was unfathomable. According to the Killer Master, How much potential could be stimulated by taking the 9 Revolution Dragon Tiger Gold Elixir depended on one's willpower and the depth of one's potential. This was because after consuming the 9 turns Dragon Tiger Golden Pill, one would be attacked by the power of the Golden Pill. It was not a pleasure, and the longer it lasted, the harder it would be to bear. When one could no longer bear it and fainted, it would automatically stop, and one would not be harmed. The so-called 9 transformations actually meant activating one's potential 9 times. The pain from the first time was relatively weak and could be easily endured. The amount of potential that was activated was also relatively small. The 9th time was the most painful, but at the same time, it also stimulated the most potential. That potential wasn't just capable of improving one's cultivation, it was capable of improving cultivation techniques, martial techniques, and so on and so forth. It was even to the extent that Tao insights would be affected by it. However, according to Killer Master's words, it seemed that no one could withstand the destruction of the 9 Revolution Dragon Tiger Golden Pill 9 times. 7 times at most. The 9 Revolution Dragon Tiger Golden Pill was good, but it also had a flaw. After one's potential was stimulated, one's body would be in a temporary deficit for a period of time. A period of deficiency in one's potential meant that it would be difficult for one to advance by leaps and bounds during that period of time. In fact, the effects of cultivation would be much weaker than usual, perhaps even more than double. As for the period of deficiency in one's potential, it wasn't certain. It depended on the person. For some, it would pass in a year, while for others, it might pass in 10 years. For some, it might pass in a few decades. Of course, if one could obtain some rare treasures to consume, they might be able to overcome the deficiency in a very short period of time. To put it simply, consuming the 9 Revolution Dragon Tiger Golden Pill was equivalent to bringing the effects of one's future cultivation to the present. It would cause a temporary delay in one's future, making it difficult to improve. However, it wasn't permanent and could be compensated for. This was a choice. Chernzong didn't hesitate too much and made the decision to consume the 9 Revolution Dragon Tiger Golden Pill. Although there would be some side effects, it wasn't unacceptable. At the very least, he had to raise his strength as much as possible. Only then would he have a chance to win the competition and obtain a spot. He only had 3 days. He would do his best to raise his strength and strive to obtain a spot. This was because Chernzong knew that the other 4 people who would be competing with him were all at least at the late 5th Heaven Saint Realm. Moreover, they weren't ordinary late 5th Heaven Saint Realm cultivators. In an instant, Chernzong consumed the 9 Revolution Dragon Tiger Golden Pill and swallowed it. As soon as the golden pill entered his stomach, it started to spin violently. Chernzong could vaguely see a ball of golden light shooting out from his abdomen and spreading rapidly. It spread throughout his limbs and bones, penetrating deep into his bone marrow and into the deepest part of his body. Potential was hidden in the deepest part of his body. The golden light transformed into a giant dragon and a ferocious tiger that charged around his body recklessly, destroying everything in its path. A wave of pain instantly spread from the inside of his body and spread throughout his entire body. However, this level of pain was still within his tolerance range. Along with the pain, Chernzong could feel a clear stream of energy gradually emerging from the depths of his body. It was like spring water gushing out from the depths of his body and spreading throughout his entire body, bringing with it a wave of coolness. However, this coolness coexisted with the intense pain and could not be alleviated. Chernzong realized that he seemed to have become an outsider. He could only passively endure the pain of his potential being stimulated. He could only passively feel the coolness surrounding his body. Whether it was his body, his flesh, or his spirit sea, everything was swept away by the coolness. Subsequently, the coolness began to diminish. The coolness was the stimulated potential that was being continuously absorbed. The first wave of pain lasted for a while before it suddenly stopped, allowing Chen Zong to breathe a sigh of relief. Shortly after, the second wave of pain came. The intensity of this wave was twice as intense as the first wave. This kind of intense pain caused Chen Zong's expression to change instantly. However, he couldn't ignore it and could only endure it. Fortunately, Chen Zong's willpower was astonishingly strong. He endured this kind of intense pain, and even more coolness spread out. While enduring the intense pain, he also enjoyed the coolness spreading out. It was like the intersection of ice and fire, as if he was in a zone of pain and pleasure. The second wave of pain also lasted for a while. After a slight pause, the third wave of pain came. This wave of pain was twice as intense as the second wave. Similarly, the coolness that emerged was twice as intense as the second wave. The third wave of pain also lasted for a while. It paused for less than 3 breaths to give Chen Zong some time to catch his breath. The fourth wave of pain immediately came. Again, it was twice as intense. The third wave of pain was completely within his tolerance range. Therefore, the fourth wave of pain had already reached the limit of his tolerance range. However, the advantage was that the stimulated potential also increased a lot. The extent of the stimulated potential was closely related to the intensity of the pain. After enduring the fourth wave, the fifth wave came. The intensity of this wave of pain made Chen Zong's whole body twitch uncontrollably. It was very uncomfortable. When the sixth wave of pain came, Chen Zong felt that he was about to collapse. It was a feeling that his body and soul were about to collapse. However, Chen Zong's incomparably strong willpower allowed him to stubbornly hold on. The seventh wave. The intense pain came with a bang, as if the sky and the earth were falling apart. It was extremely terrifying. It seemed that his body was about to be destroyed in an instant. Even his soul could not hold on. His whole person was on the verge of collapse. Only the last bit of tenacity, like a weak light in the dark night, was still holding on. When the intense pain left, Chen Zong felt that his whole body was as light as a feather, as if he was about to fly with the wind. However, he did not feel happy or relaxed at all, because Chen Zong knew that he had withstood the seventh wave of pain. However, there was still the eighth wave. According to the pattern, the intensity of the eighth wave of pain would be twice as intense as the seventh wave. Boom! Chen Zong seemed to feel that his body collapsed in an instant when the eighth wave of pain came. In the next breath, his soul seemed to have collapsed as well. It was like a void explosion, extremely terrifying. The last bit of tenacity could not hold on. Like a candle flame blown by a strong wind, it flickered and went out unwillingly, returning to darkness. 20 breaths. Chen Zong only withstood the eighth wave of pain for 20 breaths before he fell into a coma. As soon as Chen Zong fell into a coma, the remaining power of the Jindan in the eighth wave also quieted down in an instant. It was as if the raging sea had become calm in an instant, without the slightest ripple. The remaining power of the ninefold Dragon Tiger Golden Elixir also dissipated and ceased to exist. Although it was a pity, it was also a protective measure set up by the powerful figure who refined the ninefold Dragon Tiger Golden Elixir. It was to avoid being destroyed by the raging power after falling into a coma. That would not stimulate one's potential, but become destruction and destruction. Time passed slowly. Chen Zong fell into a coma, but he felt as if he had fallen into a cool stream. He lay quietly in the stream, and let the water flow over his body, taking away the dust and fatigue, leaving only comfort. This comfort was so wonderful that Chen Zong was immersed in it and could not extricate himself. Suddenly, Chen Zong's eyelids trembled slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. The depths of his eyes were as clear as a stream, without a trace of dust. Immediately, a hint of understanding flashed in the depths of his clear eyes. Chen Zong quickly checked his body, and his expression changed drastically. A single ninefold Dragon Tiger Golden Elixir had increased his cultivation by leaps and bounds. It was not an exaggeration to say that his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Before consuming the ninefold Dragon-Tiger Golden Elixir, his cultivation had been at the late fourth heaven saint realm. Now, his cultivation had reached the mid-fifth heaven saint realm. Although this increase was not complete, it was still a lot. The saint energy in his body was even more majestic and powerful. Moreover, when he circulated his cultivation method, Chernzong discovered that the mystic formula had broken through again and reached the 23rd level. It should be noted that most peerless geniuses had reached the 20th level of their supreme saint rank cultivation method when their cultivation was at the 5th heaven saint realm. There was an obvious gap between each level of the cultivation method. In this way, in terms of basic strength, he had reached a higher level. He was no longer inferior to those peerless geniuses who had obtained a quota. He had finally caught up. In addition to the improvement of his cultivation and cultivation method, Chernzong also checked his Tao intent. His Thunder Tao intent had broken through and reached the 5th revolution. Chapter 1521. Inside the mysterious heavenly battle fortress, the mysterious heavenly chaos array was half-activated, evolving into a small world. The mysterious heavenly army's experts were all around, and 5 figures stood at the edge of the small world. Chernzong, Luo Jin, Su Kongming, Qing Lu, Long Feng. These 5 people were 5 of the 15 people who fought to the end in the previous competition, but they were eliminated because they died less than the others. Now that there was another opportunity, they were all excited. Who didn't want a spot? Among the 5 people, Chernzong, Luo Jin, Su Kongming, and Long Feng were men, and Qing Lu was a woman. The 5 people competed for a spot, and the winner would take turns to fight. The rules were simple. Draw lots. The first battle was between Su Kongming and Qing Lu. Both of them were in the intermediate 5th level Saint Rudiment stage, and their strength was very strong. When they started fighting, the power was amazing. After a little test, both of them also used their full strength. Fight, fight, kill, kill. Qing Lu's movement and swordsmanship were extremely brilliant. After a fierce battle, she gradually gained the upper hand and finally defeated Su Kongming. The battle here was protected by the power of the array. When the attack exceeded the limit of the array's power, the array would shatter, indicating death and defeat. The second battle was between Luo Jin and Long Feng. The cultivation of these 2 people, one was in the intermediate 5th level Saint Rudiment stage, and the other was in the late 5th level Saint Rudiment stage. After a fierce battle, Long Feng, who was in the late 5th level Saint Rudiment stage, finally won. The third battle was between Chernzong and Su Kongming. Now that Chernzong's cultivation had reached the intermediate 5th level Saint Rudiment stage, his basic strength was not inferior to the others. Su Kongming would not underestimate Chernzong at all. With a solemn expression, his shoulders shook slightly, and his figure was extremely fast. It was like a flickering light passing through the void, and directly appeared in front of Chernzong, and attacked with his saber. The saber light was bright and sharp, and it cut through everything, making Chernzong feel cold all over. Sure enough, these people's strength was terrifying, and none of them were easy to deal with. If it was before his cultivation breakthrough, perhaps Chernzong would have to go through a fierce battle to defeat Su Kongming, but now there was no need to go all out. Lifeless sword technique. A sword pierced through the air. Its killing intent was so intense that it almost materialized and condensed on the scarlet hell-flowing flame sword. The sword edge tore the void, smashed the saber light, and directly slashed Su Kongming's body. Its power directly exceeded the upper limit of the formation membrane. With one sword, Su Kongming died. Su Kongming's face was full of shock. The others were also surprised. The speed of this defeat was too fast. Looks like the Xunxian army will get another spot. One expert smiled. Just now, the 5 people had all made a move. Their strength could already be seen. Even Long Feng, who had the highest cultivation, could not kill Su Kongming in one blow, but Chen Zong did it. This was the difference in strength, a very obvious difference. Long Feng and the others also realized that they probably had no fate with this quota. Under the Killer Master's mask, there seemed to be a flash of a smile. A 9-revolution Dragon Tiger Golden Pill had raised Chen Zong's cultivation from the late 4th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage to the intermediate 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. In addition, he had also made significant progress in other aspects. It was precisely because of this that Chen Zong's strength had become so strong, allowing him to defeat Su Kongming with a single strike. Even so, Chen Zong was not complacent and arrogant. Instead, he treated each opponent with his heart. With one sword, Luo Jin was defeated. With one sword, Qing Lu was defeated. With one sword, Long Feng was defeated. With Chen Zong's current strength, if he fought with Xia Mingjie again, he would be able to win. Xia Mingjie's cultivation was at the early 6th Heaven Saint Realm. The early 6th Heaven Saint Realm and the peak 5th Heaven Saint Realm seemed to have a small gap, but it was also a big gap. Now Chen Zong's strength was not inferior to a 6th Heaven Saint Realm peerless prodigy. He was even comparable to an ordinary 7th Heaven Saint Realm expert. It should be noted that the gap between the 6th Heaven Saint Realm and the 7th Heaven Saint Realm was not only one level, but also the gap between the Intermediate Saint Realm and the Mastery Saint Realm. In the end, the quota was given to Chen Zong. Congratulations, Wu Xing. Everyone in the Heaven Halberd team was overjoyed for Chen Zong. As fellow team members, they were proud that Chen Zong had obtained the quota. On the other hand, the title of Lifeless Sword had once again resounded in the blood-soaring branch. Although Chen Zong's strength was not strong enough to be ranked in the top 10 of the blood-soaring branch, there was hope for him. Chen Zong obtaining the quota was a joyous occasion. Everyone in the Heaven Halberd team held a small banquet for Chen Zong. The 10 of them celebrated together and also cheered for Chen Zong. They hoped that Chen Zong could continue to work hard and obtain the quota again. The Killer Master once again summoned Chen Zong. Thank you, Killer Master. Chen Zong thanked the Killer Master in person. After all, his great improvement was closely related to the 9-rotation Dragon Tiger Golden Pill that the Killer Master had given him. Although the 9-rotation Dragon Tiger Golden Pill had its flaws and side effects, it was completely acceptable compared to obtaining it. In 10 days, you will depart with the other 9 people and represent the profound Origin dynasty with the peerless geniuses of the Dark Absolute Palace and Unsullied Palace, the Killer Master said unhurriedly. Do your best to obtain the quota. Yes. Chen Zong bowed. In the following 10 days, Chen Zong also worked hard to cultivate and comprehend. However, Chen Zong could also feel that the effects of his cultivation and comprehension were very weak. They were more than twice as weak as usual, perhaps even twice as weak as usual. It was almost impossible to feel any improvement with such a gap. This was the side effect of overdrawing one's potential in advance after consuming the 9-rotation Dragon Tiger Golden Pill. Fortunately, it was not permanent. It could be eliminated in a year or a few decades. Of course, a few decades was a little too long. If it was a few years, Chen Zong could accept it. The recovery time was actually related to one's potential. Generally, those with high potential would eliminate the side effects within a few years. Chen Zong was confident in his own potential. Perhaps the side effects would disappear in 2 or 3 years. Moreover, if he could find some rare treasures in advance, he could eliminate the side effects faster. What did he gain from consuming the 9-rotation Dragon Tiger Golden Pill? The 23rd level of the Great Mystery Formula. His cultivation had reached the mid-5th level Saint Rudiment stage. His Thunder Dao intent had reached the 5th revolution. His heart sword Tao intent had reached the 5th revolution. His earth fire Tao intent had reached the 6th revolution. His hurricane Tao intent had reached the 6th revolution. His heart domain had reached 700 meters. His heart domain had increased by 200 meters. Under the cover of the 700-meter heart domain, his control of the spirit energy of heaven and earth had become even denser. When he executed the 2 sword techniques, heaven incinerating hellfire and city crushing hurricane, their might skyrocketed as well. Not to mention, the earth fire Tao intent and hurricane Tao intent had both reached the 6th revolution, and their might was even more shocking. Moreover, the fusion rate of the heaven incinerating hellfire and city crushing hurricane had directly soared to 80%. 80%, he was getting closer and closer to 100%. But unfortunately, he was also affected by the side effects of the 9-rotation Dragon Tiger Golden Pill, and his speed of improvement would be slow in the next few years. But at this moment, he had no confidence in his strength. He could only be sure that Xia Mingjie was absolutely not his match that day. Even though the speed of his cultivation and comprehension was extremely slow and practically impossible to improve, Chen Zong still did not give up. Dripping water penetrates a rock. Little drops make an ocean. Perhaps under his hard work, he would also improve in the next few years and not be stuck in the same place. When the time was up, the 10 peerless geniuses that obtained the quotas, including Chen Zong, set out. Under the lead of a half-step Great Saint Realm expert, they left the profound Heaven Battle Fortress and headed towards the Void Passageway to return to the Profound Origin Dynasty. Inside the Zhen Yuan garrison, 10 people gathered in a spacious room. Among these 10 people, 8 were men and 2 were women, and all of them were of the younger generation. Some were standing straight like long spears, some were leaning against the vermilion gilded pillar with their arms crossed, some were sitting straight on the vermilion wooden chair with their eyes closed, and some were lazily lying on the long rocking chair, looking very comfortable. Soon after, a figure silently appeared. "Time's up, let's go," the figure that appeared said. In an instant, no matter what the 10 figures were doing, when the voice sounded, their eyes all emitted a bright, cold, and sharp light. These 10 people were selected from the Zhen Yuan garrison, and they would represent the Profound Origin Dynasty. In the depths of the Profound Origin Palace, you 2 have cultivated with me for many years. This time, you will represent the Profound Origin Dynasty in the battle. You must not disgrace my name. The voice was old, but it was shockingly powerful. Ancestor, I will do my best to defeat all opponents and show the prestige of the Profound Origin Dynasty. 2 voices, one male and one female, sounded at the same time. The 10 peerless prodigies from the Profound Heaven Legion sized up the 10 peerless prodigies from the Zhen Yuan garrison, and the 10 peerless prodigies from the Zhen Yuan garrison sized up the 10 peerless prodigies from the Profound Heaven Legion. Among the 10 people from the Profound Heaven Legion, the highest cultivation base was at the intermediate 6th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage, Wei Chang Tian. Based on the fluctuation of his aura, it was obvious he had only broken through recently. Next were 3 early 6th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage cultivators, and the rest were peak and peak 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage cultivators. As for Chen Zong, his cultivation base was the lowest among the 10. He was only at the intermediate 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. Among the 10 peerless prodigies from the Zhen Yuan garrison, the highest cultivation base was at the early 6th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. However, 5 of them were at the early 6th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage, and the remaining 5 were at the peak and peak of the 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. In terms of the highest cultivation base, the Zhen Yuan garrison was inferior to the Profound Heaven Legion. In terms of the lowest cultivation base, the Profound Heaven Legion was inferior to the Zhen Yuan garrison. Of course, cultivation base did not completely equate to strength. Therefore, although the level of one's cultivation base was related to strength, it did not represent one's final strength. Therefore, no one dared to underestimate Chen Zong just because he had the lowest cultivation base. At this moment, two powerful auras approached. Following that, two figures flew over from afar and appeared between the peerless prodigies from the profound Heaven Legion and the Zhen Yuan garrison. One was a man. The other was a woman. The young man was dressed in a luxurious brocade robe. His appearance was handsome, and his body was tall and sturdy. He looked like an emperor. The woman was dressed in a luxurious palace dress. Her appearance was stunning, and she looked like a goddess who had descended to earth. The aura fluctuations emitted by the two of them shocked everyone. Intermediate 6th Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage. Chapter 1522. Everyone stared at the two figures in luxurious robes. This is Chu Wangshi, and this is Chu Yuqing. A Peak Saint Rudiment Realm cultivator introduced. These two are the direct disciples of Venerable Master Xian Yuan. They will be representing our Xian Yuan dynasty with you. Venerable Master Xian Yuan. Everyone's heart skipped a beat when they heard this. This title was terrifying. He was one of the strongest eminent saint realm cultivators in the Xian Yuan dynasty. For a moment, everyone looked at Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing differently. They were the direct disciples of an eminent saint realm cultivator. Chen Zong felt that Chu Zhongyang's title as the number one heavens chosen of the Xian Yuan dynasty wasn't as good as it seemed. Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing's age didn't seem to be much older than Chu Zhongyang, yet their cultivations far surpassed Chu Zhongyang's. Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing both had arrogant expressions on their faces. Their eyes swept over the crowd, and at the same time, they also sensed the fluctuations of their cultivation bases. The corners of their lips curled up, and the arrogance in their eyes became even more obvious. It was as if they were superior to everyone else. However, as the direct disciples of an eminent saint realm cultivator with the highest cultivation among everyone present, they naturally had the right to be arrogant. Chu Yuqing's stunning face had a hint of arrogance and indifference. It was as if she didn't put anyone in her eyes, even if they were half-step great saints. This was because she was confident that she would become a half-step eminent saint in the future. She was the strongest half-step eminent saint realm cultivator. She might even break through to the eminent saint realm and stand at the peak of this world. Such determination, such talent, and such background gave them the right to be arrogant. They were born to be above everyone else. "Forgive me for being blunt," Chu Wangshi said. His voice was calm, but it contained a hint of arrogance. His eyes swept across the crowd and landed on Chen Zong's face. A disdainful smile appeared on his face as he said, "You're just a mid-fifth heaven saint realm cultivator. What qualifications do you have to represent our Xian Yuan dynasty?" Chu Yuqing's arrogant gaze also landed on Chen Zong's face, and it seemed as if she was judging him. The mid-fifth heaven saint realm was a whole great realm lower than the 6th heaven saint realm. Four peerless geniuses, the difference was even greater than what they could see. Without waiting for Chen Zong to reply, Chu Wangshi's gaze swept across the crowd again as he said, "Those who haven't reached the 6th heaven saint realm have no need to participate. If it's possible, Yuqing and I can represent the Xian Yuan dynasty," Wangshi added. "Very arrogant, eh? Since you're so strong, where were you when I was fighting the void demon?" Xiamingji sneered and rebuked. Chu Wangshi's countenance sank. His eyes were filled with coldness as he stared at Xiamingji. It was as if he wanted to freeze Xiamingji completely. Xiamingji exuded a tyrannical aura as he stared back at Chu Wangshi without fear. "You think you're invincible just because you killed a few demons? It seems like I'll have to show you the difference between us," Chu Wangshi said faintly as his aura became more and more powerful. Chu Wangshi cultivated the Xian King shocks the world, which was the strongest cultivation technique in the Xian Yuan dynasty. Moreover, his Xian King Shocks the World was much stronger than Chu Zhongyang's. As soon as it was activated, the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi in all directions was immediately controlled. It was as if elite soldiers were obeying orders, forming an extremely terrifying pressure that suppressed the surroundings. Xia Mingjie wasn't the only one who felt this pressure. Everyone else felt it as well. Arrogant. Extremely arrogant. So arrogant that it made people feel disgusted. Alright, everyone here is a top-notch peerless prodigy who has been carefully selected. Each of them has extraordinary talent, potential, and strength. They are fully qualified to represent our Xianyuan dynasty, a half-step great saint said solemnly. As half-step great saints, apart from a few great saints, they were the strongest experts in the Xianyuan dynasty. Although Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing were both peerless talents, and they were the direct disciples of Xianyuan sage, there was no need for him to flatter them. They might have a chance to reach the half-step great saint realm, but it wouldn't be easy. Chu Wangshi was annoyed by the interruption, but he didn't say anything. No matter what, it was a half-step great saint who had spoken, he had to give them some face. But in their hearts, Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing still looked down on them. Even Wei Changtian, who was at the early 6th Heaven Saint realm, and even the mid-6th Heaven Saint realm, was nothing in their eyes. No one was interested in talking to such a person, not even a little bit. Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing also didn't show any interest in talking to the crowd. It was as if they were a group of their own. Everyone waited quietly, waiting for the next arrangement. According to the schedule, they would compete with the disciples of the Black Absolute Palace and Dustless Hall for the Xian Yuan World's quota. They would represent the Xian Yuan World and compete with the other 8 worlds for the quota to enter the Lingwu Holy Land. About 2 hours passed. Everyone, according to the past, you will represent the Xian Yuan dynasty to compete with the peerless geniuses of the Black Absolute Palace and Dustless Hall. The half-step great saint said, however, after the 9 worlds discussion, the rules have changed. Everyone's expression changed. The rules had changed? What had changed? In the Tian Yuan Holy Region, there is a ruin left behind from the ancient war. It's called the Tian Yuan Ruins. The formation of the Tian Yuan Ruins is directly related to the Void Fiend. During the ancient times, the Void Fiend invaded the Lingwu Holy World for the first time. The experts of the Lingwu Holy World also joined forces to resist, and in the end, the Void Fiend was repelled. However, the Lingwu Holy World also suffered heavy losses in that battle, and the Tian Yuan Holy Region became independent as a world within a world. The Tian Yuan Ruins was the place that suffered the most damage during the ancient war. Countless Void Fiend and experts died there. After countless years of evolution, it became a forbidden place and is very dangerous. I've heard that the Tian Yuan Ruins is so dangerous that even a half-step great saint expert might die there. Asking us to enter the Tian Yuan Ruins is akin to seeking death. Wei Changtian's eyes flickered with a sharp cold light as he said in a serious tone. The Tian Yuan Ruins is indeed very dangerous, but this time, we'll only be in the outer area of the ruins. The half-step great saint expert said slowly, although it's dangerous with your intermediate saint rudiment stage cultivation, you won't die as long as you don't step into the inner area or the core area. As for the content of the 9 Worlds competition, it hasn't been announced yet. At the same time, the Black Absolute Palace and Dustless Hall also informed the peerless geniuses of the same news. This was actually good news. After all, according to the original plan, the representatives of the Mystic Yuan dynasty, Black Absolute Palace, and Dustless Hall would compete. Only 10 of them would be selected to represent the Mystic Yuan world and compete with the peerless geniuses of the other 8 worlds to enter the Lingwu Holy Land. This time, the Black Absolute Palace had 10 representatives, and the Dustless Palace also had 10 representatives. Including the representatives from the Mystic Yuan dynasty, There were a total of 44 people. These 44 people would compete and 34 people would be eliminated. However, the rules had changed. All 44 people could represent the Mystic Yuan world and compete with the peerless geniuses of the other 8 worlds. In this way, perhaps more peerless geniuses of the Mystic Yuan world would obtain the final quota to enter the Lingwu Holy Land. Of course, there might be fewer. Since it was decided, it was time to depart. Led by a half-step Supreme Saint powerhouse and escorted by 10 peak Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses, they boarded the Mystic Yuan dynasty's Mystic Yuan Sky blasting ship and set off. The Mystic Yuan Sky blasting ship was a powerful secret treasure of the Mystic Yuan dynasty. It was shaped like a battleship and was very large. Its protective shield could withstand the attack of a half-step Supreme Saint powerhouse without breaking. It could withstand the attack of a Supreme Saint powerhouse. The Mystic Yuan giant cannon could unleash the power of a half-step Supreme Saint. With this defensive power, it was enough to ensure everyone's safety. The Tian Yuan ruins was very far from the Mystic Yuan dynasty. It was located at the edge of the Tian Yuan sacred territory. Even with the half-step Supreme Saint speed of the Mystic Yuan Sky blasting ship, it would take half a month to arrive. The people from the Black Absolute Palace and Dustless Hall also set off. They would take no less time than the Mystic Yuan dynasty to arrive at the edge of the Tian Yuan ruins. As for the other 8 worlds, some were further away from the Tian Yuan ruins and would take a month to arrive. They were already on their way. On the Mystic Yuan Sky blasting ship, the 22 peerless geniuses of the Mystic Yuan dynasty each had a spacious room where they could rest or cultivate. In the room, Chernzong was meditating. Although the 9-fold Dragon Tiger Gold Elixir had overdrawn his potential in advance, which led to the weakening of his current cultivation and comprehension, Chernzong did not give up. It was not impossible for him to make progress, but it would be slower than usual. This meant that he had to work harder than usual, in order to make further progress. The others were also cultivating. After all, this time, they represented the Mystic Yuan dynasty. It was not only about themselves, but also about the honor of the Mystic Yuan dynasty. They did not know the strength of the representatives of the other 8 worlds, but the stronger they were, the better. Only when they were more powerful could they have a chance to win the competition and get a place in the end, no matter what the rules of the competition were. Practicing swordsmanship. In the room, the sword light was shining brightly. Every stroke was exquisite to the extreme. It was fast, accurate, steady and ruthless to the extreme. Chernzong's expression was solemn as he waved his sword meticulously. He looked like a well-behaved person who was trembling with fear, as if he had just started learning swordsmanship. However, Chernzong's swordsmanship had actually reached a very high level, returning to its original state. Half a month's time was actually not that long. As he cultivated, it passed by very quickly. Everyone felt that the chi of heaven and earth was gradually changing. It was still majestic, but it was no longer pure. Instead, it was a little mixed, as if it was filled with more impurities. It was a little crazy, as if it was restless. They were about to arrive at the Tian Yuan ruins. Chapter 1523. The Abandoned City. It was an ancient city that stood 100 miles away from the Tian Yuan ruins. Every piece of the city wall was mottled with colors, leaving behind traces of time. The Tian Yuan ruins was left behind by an ancient battle that shook the entire spiritual martial sacred world. After a long time of evolution, it gave birth to many terrifying evils and dangers, but it also gave birth to many treasures. Therefore, many Saint Rudiment realm experts came from all directions to enter the Tian Yuan ruins in search of opportunities. Many people had found treasures in the Tian Yuan ruins, and their cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Some had also found opportunities, such as inheritances left behind by fallen experts of the ancient times, and so on. Similarly, their futures were limitless. Although the Tianyuan ruins was very dangerous, it also contained many opportunities and treasures. Therefore, many people were eager to enter. Although some cultivators had reached the Saint Rudiment realm, they had already exhausted most of their potential. It was very difficult for them to advance further in the Saint Rudiment realm. If it was difficult, they would have to find a way out. Power made people confident. Who would be willing to stay in the same place? Those who had some ambition would not be willing to stay ordinary. Even if it was extremely difficult and dangerous, as long as there was a glimmer of opportunity, no one would let it go. The path of cultivation had always been to move forward in adversity. Favorable circumstances could not sharpen oneself. Some cultivators entered the Tianyuan ruins for opportunities and treasures. Some cultivators entered the Tianyuan ruins for opportunities and treasures. Their main purpose was to use the Tianyuan ruins to sharpen themselves. The former were often itinerant cultivators, disciples of small sects, or ordinary disciples of large sections. Only true geniuses would use the Tianyuan ruins as a place to sharpen themselves. But now, something had happened. The Tianyuan sacred region's 9 realms had collectively announced to all cultivators in the abandoned city that they were not allowed to step into the Tianyuan ruins for the next month. Those who violated the rules would be killed at their own risk. As soon as the announcement was made, the cultivators in the abandoned city were shocked. This had never happened before. It was as if they were going to clear out the entire Tianyuan ruins. What a joke! I've never heard of anyone conquering the Tianyuan ruins. Even a half-step great saint would die in there. I heard that this time, it's an important matter that concerns the number 1 holy land in the Lingwu Holy World, the Lingwu Holy Land. It's actually the Lingwu Holy Land. Since ancient times, anyone who entered the Lingwu Holy Land, as long as they did not die midway, would at least become a top-notch half-step great saint and be ranked among the strongest in the world. As they spoke, everyone revealed looks of envy when they mentioned the Lingwu Holy Land. If only they had the right to enter the Lingwu Holy Land. Unfortunately, it was the number 1 holy land in the world. It was said that only 10 people could enter the Tianyuan ruins. This time, the reason why no one was allowed to enter the Tianyuan ruins was to let the peerless geniuses of the 9 realms enter the Tianyuan ruins to compete for opportunities and quotas. Of course, the summons was just a summons. It wasn't completely forced. One could ignore it and sneak in during this period of time. However, the consequences would be that if one were to encounter those peerless geniuses, it would be fine if one was lucky, but if one was unlucky, one would be killed. The strength of those peerless geniuses far surpassed their cultivation. If those Mastery Saint Rudiment realm experts sneaked in and were discovered, they would not be able to escape punishment and might even be killed on the spot. Fortunately, it's only a month. It'll be over after a little cultivation. A month was actually very short for Saint Rudiment realm experts. Therefore, some people might feel that this method was too overbearing and were dissatisfied, but it was not unacceptable. After all, it was only a month. They could just treat it as a month of rest. The peerless geniuses of the 9 realms. The competition between these peerless geniuses will be very interesting, someone in the crowd muttered to himself. In any case, the peerless geniuses of the 9 realms gathered here to compete for a quota to enter the Lingwu Holy Land. It was very eye-catching. At the same time, a huge battleship flew over from the distance. It was as if the wind and clouds were surging, and an astonishing amount of heaven and earth yuan qi was surging. The sky seemed to have turned into an endless sea, and the yuan qi turned into endless waves. The roar was earth-shattering, as if heaven and earth were moving and converging toward the abandoned city from all directions. For a time, the expressions of the cultivators in the abandoned city changed drastically. They all stared at the huge battleships solemnly. They only felt a heavy pressure in their hearts, as if they were being crushed by a huge mountain. Even breathing became difficult. Such power was unparalleled. Although there were many Saint Rudiment realm cultivators in the abandoned city, most of them were in the early and intermediate Saint Rudiment realm, and a few were in the Mastery Saint Rudiment realm. As for the half-step Great Saint realm, there were very few of them, and they would not stay here all the time. Among these Saint Rudiment realm experts there were very few who could be called peerless geniuses. Most of them were ordinary Saint Rudiment realm experts. Their talent and potential were average, and their strength was relatively average. Some of them might have one or two outstanding skills, but that was it. Many people had never seen such power at all. They had only heard about it. Now that they saw it with their own eyes, the shock in their hearts was indescribable. The battleships hovered in the air, and the aura they emitted was extremely terrifying. It seemed that if they attacked, they could easily destroy the abandoned city and turn it into ruins. Immediately, figures flew out from the battleship. The aura emitted from the figure in the lead was extremely shocking. Half-step Great Saint realm. The other 10 were at the peak of the Saint Rudiment realm, and they were not ordinary peerless Saint Rudiment realm experts. Immediately, young figures appeared one after another. Peerless geniuses. I recognize that. That's the Mystic Yuan sky-blasting battleship. Those are the people from the Mystic Yuan dynasty. Strictly speaking, the Tian Yuan ruins did not belong to the 9 realms. It was located outside the 9 realms. Even half of the Tian Yuan ruins was in the Tian Yuan Saint realm, and the other half was not. Naturally, the abandoned city did not belong to the 9 realms. Some of the cultivators in the abandoned city came from the Mystic Yuan world, and some came from the other 8 realms. It was a mixed bag. Because of this, the information in the abandoned city was quite widespread, and they knew a lot about the 9 realms. Even some secrets could be found here. Of course, they would have to pay a considerable price. In the abandoned city, people from the 9 realms had already come in advance to tidy up everything. Therefore, as soon as everyone arrived, they were immediately arranged. As for the cultivators in the abandoned city, no one cared about them. What everyone cared about now was how to compete. Every genius had a small courtyard to live in, and they did not disturb each other. Soon, the other 8 realms arrived. For a moment, the entire abandoned city was filled with a solemn atmosphere, which made people feel nervous for no reason. It seemed that the air was filled with an unusual atmosphere. Cold and solemn. Desolate and murderous. Chernzong did not stay in the courtyard to cultivate. After all, it was his first time here, so it was normal for him to walk around. Not only did Chernzong do so, but so did the other peerless geniuses. The atmosphere in the abandoned city was different from the other cities that Chernzong had stayed in before. The air was constantly filled with tension, and the people here were not so comfortable. In addition, because it was close to the Tian Yuan ruins, although the Qi of heaven and earth was majestic, it was very mixed and filled with countless chaotic auras. This was not a suitable place for cultivation, but it was a good place for experience. Moreover, there were people selling so-called treasures here, claiming that they had found the treasures in the Tian Yuan ruins. Of course, no one could be sure if they were true or not. Chernzong walked past the stalls, and his sharp eyes glanced at the things in the stalls carefully. The things in the stalls looked very old, as if they had been there for a long time. Chernzong could not see the reason for many of them. However, Chernzong just glanced at them. He did not feel that there was anything that attracted him, so he did not pay much attention to them. There were many stalls, at least 100 of them in a row. Chernzong was not in a hurry. He walked slowly and leisurely, as if he was just taking a casual look, as if he was relaxing. Cultivation required a balance between tension and relaxation. One could not be too tense all the time. Appropriate relaxation and rest were necessary. Sometimes, if one was too tense all the time, it would be disadvantageous for them. It would be difficult to make progress in cultivation, but if they relaxed properly, they might make a breakthrough. At the 19th stall, Chernzong stopped and looked around. Finally, he fixed his eyes on something. It was a black, mottled, and dirty root about the size of a palm. It looked like a weird-looking sweet potato. Such a thing was no different from a broken stone. Basically, no one would pay attention to it. At first, Chernzong also glanced at it. But for some reason, he had a feeling that this thing might be useful to him. It was a feeling that came on a whim. Chernzong had always trusted this feeling that came from his heart. Since he felt that it was useful to him, he would buy it. People who could set up stalls in a place like this abandoned city, where good people mixed with bad people, were all astute people. They were very good at reading people's expressions. This stall owner immediately grasped Chernzong's thoughts and immediately revealed a warm smile. "Your Excellency, you're interested in this, right? This is the root of the magic medicine that I painstakingly found in the Tianyuan ruins." The stall owner pointed at the black, mottled root that Chernzong was staring at and said immediately, "In order to get it, I risked my life." Chernzong was well aware of these tricks. He did not refute the stall owner. Instead, he smiled and said, "Let's cut to the chase. You and I both know what the price is. I'll buy it if it's suitable." The stall owner was stunned. Chernzong's response was a little different from what he had imagined. He was very direct and seemed to be an expert. However, the stall owner's reaction was also very fast. His mind was spinning in an instant. As an intermediate Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse, his thinking speed was naturally very fast. In just a short moment, many thoughts had flashed through his mind. Although this black root was brought out of the Tianyuan ruins, it was not his but someone else's. He had bought it from someone else at a low price. The stall owner's words were naturally to show that this thing was rare and extraordinary. His purpose was to sell it at a high price. Chapter 1524. The streets of the abandoned city were wide and filled with people. Hundreds of stalls were lined up on the side of the street with a distance of more than 10 meters between them. Many people were staring at the stalls as they passed by. 1,000 heavenly origin beads. The stall owner dared to make a bid. It was obvious that he wanted to rip off Chernzong. Heavenly origin beads were the currency used by Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. 100 heavenly origin beads was a huge fortune for an ordinary mastery Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse, let alone 1,000 heavenly origin beads. 1. Chernzong stretched out a finger. 1 heavenly origin bead. The stall owner's eyes widened. He had never seen such a bargain before. It was obvious that this was not a bargain, but a smashing of the stall. However, the stall owner also knew that the other party was a peerless genius who made him feel threatened. He suppressed the anger in his heart and revealed a smile. "You really like to joke. I'll take a loss. 900. To be honest, he could afford 900 heavenly origin beads with his current wealth. Even if he did not have 900, many things in his spatial ring were more valuable than that. However, there was no need for that. He was not a fool. 100. Chernzong made a final bid. 100. The stall owner's eyes flashed slightly. In fact, he was very tempted. After all, when he bought this thing previously, he spent less than 1 heavenly origin bead. Even if he sold it for 1 heavenly origin bead, he would not make a loss. Moreover, judging from the other party's intention, he would only make one bid. If he asked for a higher price, he was afraid that the other party would give up immediately. So, he made a prompt decision. "All right, 100 it is. You're a peerless genius with extraordinary achievements in the future. I'll take it as making a friend." The stall owner forced a smile and acted as if he was the one who suffered a loss. It was as if he was asking for a favor. Chen Zong did not say much. He took out 100 heavenly origin beads and handed them to the stall owner. Then, he grabbed the black root. A sudden change occurred. A long whip condensed from golden light came from the side in an instant, wrapping around the black root. After wrapping around the black root before Chen Zong, it was about to retreat. At the same time, a voice sounded. "I'll pay 200 heavenly origin beads." This voice was very young, but it carried a trace of arrogance and unquestionable dominance. It was as if whatever he said was the truth and no one could refute it. The stall owner was startled, but Chen Zong was not. He reacted quickly and slashed with his fingers like a sword. It was so mysterious and sharp that it made people feel as if a heavenly sword was hanging in the air and slashing down, cutting everything. The rope condensed from the golden light was cut in half in an instant. He reached out and flipped his palm. It was as if he could overturn rivers and seas. He caught the falling black root firmly. Whoosh! The black root disappeared into his storage ring. Regardless of whether this item was useful to him or not, since he had bought it, it belonged to him. How could others get their hands on it? Your reaction is very fast, but you still have to obediently hand it over. With a flash of light, a young man in a golden robe with an arrogant expression and sharp eyes appeared in front of him. His eyes seemed to flicker with a golden light that was incomparably sharp. He stared at him as if he wanted to see through him and suppress him. This person's aura was not from the mystic origin world, but from another world. Chen Zong only glanced at him. It was just a glance, and then he turned and left. He decided not to shop anymore. He wanted to go back and see what the black root was. Why did it make him feel that way? "How dare you ignore me?" The golden-robed young man's expression darkened, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. His opponent's reaction clearly showed that he did not take him seriously. Immediately, he ignored the words of the team leader. "Don't fight in the abandoned city without permission." Boom! An extremely terrifying aura exploded from his body and soared into the sky. The astonishing power turned into a raging storm that instantly destroyed all the stalls around him. A golden palm broke through the air and slammed into Chen Zong's back. Its power was terrifying and merciless, as if it wanted to shatter Chen Zong's body into pieces. In an instant, Chen Zong turned around and slashed with his fingers like a sword. It was extremely mysterious and brought along a burst of tyrannical power. He suddenly stabbed forward. It was just a stab, but it produced a power that could topple mountains and overturn seas. It was as if a part of the world was rushing out. Boom! The golden palm print and the sword finger collided. In an instant, the golden palm print was shattered, and the sword finger light was shattered as well. They were evenly matched. A mere fifth heaven saint rudiment stage can actually block my palm. The golden-robed young man's cultivation was at the early sixth heaven saint rudiment stage. He could sense Chen Zong's aura, and his cultivation was at the intermediate fifth heaven saint rudiment stage. Even though it was not his full strength, the golden-robed young man was a top peerless prodigy. He was not an ordinary early sixth heaven saint rudiment stage. Since that was the case, he would unleash his full strength. Boom! The golden-robed young man's full cultivation of the early sixth heaven saint rudiment stage erupted. His aura became extremely terrifying as it soared into the sky. At the same time, a tyrannical and incomparably sharp aura spread out from Chen Zong's body. It was like an invisible giant sword that was pointed at the sky. Their auras collided in an instant, resulting in an unparalleled shockwave. The ground around them shattered, and pieces of broken bricks floated up into the air. Then, in an instant, they were reduced to dust by the second and third shockwaves. The others retreated one after another for fear of being affected. However, their eyes were clearly telling them to hurry up and make a move. There was no doubt that both Chen Zong and the golden-robed young man were peerless prodigies from the 9 boundaries. They were preparing to enter the Tian Yuan ruins to compete for a spot in the Lingwu Saint Land. As peerless prodigies, they had outstanding talent, great potential, and powerful strength. What kind of place was the abandoned city? There were all sorts of people here. There were no strict rules to speak of. The strong were respected, and the weak were inferior. This was the iron law. In this place, if one did not have enough strength to rely on, it was best to keep a low profile. Only then would one not be killed. If one was unlucky, one might even be killed on the streets. Of course, there were very few people who were murderous. After all, if one was too reckless, he would be targeted and become a public enemy. Therefore, if a battle were to take place here, no one would stop it. The battle between the 2 peerless prodigies would definitely be exciting and attract a lot of attention. Wang Yu, it seems that you did not listen to my words. A voice suddenly sounded. It was faint, but it made Wang Yu's expression change. He withdrew his powerful aura. Consider yourself lucky. However, when you enter the Tian Yuan ruins, you will die. The golden-robed young man stared coldly at Chen Zong and sneered. A trace of murderous intent was extremely sharp. Chen Zong did not reply, but he stared at Wang Yu fiercely. What was there to be afraid of when such a blatant threat was made? Wang Yu, if you come to find me, the Tian Yuan ruins will be your burial ground. Chen Zong said to himself and turned to leave. To Chen Zong, this was just a small episode. Although they had a grudge because of a purchase, Chen Zong did not care too much. Chen Zong took out the black root from the storage ring and studied it carefully. It was very hard. It was very hard. With his strength, he could easily crush a hill, but he could not do anything to this strange root. Using his fingers like a sword, the heart sword Dao intent condensed on his sword fingers. It was extremely sharp and slashed across the black root. However, it only left behind a very faint and almost invisible white mark, which disappeared with a single stroke. He pulled out the red hellflame sword. The heart sword Dao will condensed and became even sharper. When the sword slashed, it left a bigger white mark, but it was still very weak. Chen Zong could not help but think. Should he attack with all his strength? What if he broke it? He was hesitant. After all, he had bought it with 100 heaven elemental beads. It was not cheap. Moreover, he also felt that this item might be useful to him. If he broke it, it would be useless. After a dozen breaths, Chen Zong came to a realization and could not help but smile bitterly. He seemed to have thought too much. He was not sure what this item was. Although he felt that it was very likely to be useful to him, there was also a possibility that it would be useless. He was not 100% sure. Moreover, although the value of 100 heaven elemental beads was not low, it was not a big deal to him. Why not be more open-minded? When he thought of this, Chen Zong no longer hesitated. He put the black root away. Chen Zong immediately used his heart domain and attacked with his sword. Lifeless sword style. This was not a full-strength sword attack, but it was still a very powerful sword attack. This sword attack alone could kill an ordinary 6th-level Saint Rudiment stage. The speed of the sword was astonishing, and the sword light was incomparably tyrannical. It directly slashed at the black root. The black root was fixed in place and did not move at all. Coupled with Chen Zong's incomparably exquisite sword technique, a fine crack appeared on it. It was effective. Chen Zong was secretly delighted and attacked again. Lifeless sword style. With his current ability, he could use the lifeless sword style many times in a row. Slash. Slash. However, Chen Zong did not slash at the same spot on the black root. Instead, he used his heart domain to envelop it and control it clearly. He attacked again with his sword and covered the entire root. 1 crack, 2 crack, 3 crack. Gradually, the number of cracks increased, covering the entire root. The 100th sword attack. Slash. This sword attack was so powerful that it was like a giant hammer that slammed hard on the entire root. Crack! A sound rang out and entered Chen Zong's ears. It was incomparably beautiful. Shatter! The black root finally shattered. Chen Zong withdrew his sword and grabbed the black root. He immediately smelled a fragrance from the black root. As soon as the fragrance entered his body, Chen Zong felt as if his body had fallen into a clear stream. It was very comfortable. He felt as if an invisible change was happening in his body. It was a deep change. This feeling. Chen Zong carefully felt the changes in his body, and a touch of joy appeared on his face. His body's potential seemed to be recovering. The potential that was overdrawn by the 9-revolution Dragon Tiger Golden Pill was recovering, and the aftereffects were being eliminated bit by bit. This item was indeed useful to him, and it was very useful. Although Chen Zong knew that there were some rare treasures that could eliminate his aftereffects, it was not so easy to obtain them. Ordinary rare treasures would not be enough. Chen Zong came on this trip to the Tianyuan ruins to see if he could find such rare treasures that could restore his potential and eliminate the aftereffects so that he could return to his normal state of cultivation. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.